梁歌制作，狄仁杰探案。第一回入关街昌平，为令生公堂百姓呼冤。是曰：世人但喜做高官，执法无难断案难。宽猛相平思吕度，严苛上士恶深寒。
Produced by Liang Gu, Detective D. Changping entered the official rank for the first time to appeal to the people for their grievances. The poem says, "The world likes to be a high official. It is easy to enforce the law and difficult to solve the case. Lu Du is generous and fierce, but he is still evil and harsh."
一心清正千家福，两字公平百姓安。唯有昌平旧令尹，流传暗读后人看。自来奸盗邪淫，无所逃其王法。是非冤义，必待白于官家，故官清则民安。
A pure heart brings happiness to thousands of families. 2 words, fairness and peace to the people. Only Yin, the old magistrate of Changping, left a copy of the biography for future generations to read. Since there is no way to escape from the king's law for committing adultery, stealing and adultery, any injustice will be done to the official's family. Therefore, if the official is clean, the people will be safe.
民安则俗美，举凡游手好闲之辈，造言生事之人，一扫而空之。无论平民之乐事生业，即兼有不孝之徒显干法纪，而见其刑罚难容，罪恶难恕。
The people are safe and the customs are beautiful. Take all those who are idle and make trouble to sweep it away. Regardless of whether the common people are enjoying themselves or earning a living, there will be unscrupulous people who show their respect for the law, and their punishment will be intolerable, and their crimes will be unforgivable.
耳闻目睹，皆赏善罚恶之言，宜无不革面洗心，改除积习。所以欲民更化，必待宰官清正，未有官不清正而能化民者也。然官之清。
Hearing and seeing the words of rewarding good and punishing evil, it is advisable to change one's face and cleanse one's mind and get rid of old habits. Therefore, we want the people to change. It is necessary to wait for the governor to be upright. There is no official who is not upright, and he can transform the people. However, the official's purity
不仅在不伤财不害民而已，要能上保国家，为人所不能为、不敢为之事，下治百姓，雪人所不能雪、不亦雪之冤。无论民间细故，即公为细事。
It is not only about not harming wealth and people, but also about being able to protect the country at the top, doing things that others cannot and dare not do, and governing the people at the bottom, so as to avenge the grievances that others cannot and cannot easily avenge. Regardless of the details of the folk affairs, that is, the details of the palace.
一静心审查，有精明之气，有果决之才，而后官声好，官位正，一清而无不清也。故一代之立国，必有一代之行官。尧舜之时有高尧，汉高之时有萧何。
He also calmly observes, has a shrewd spirit, and has the ability to be decisive, and then his official reputation will be good, his official position will be upright, and everything will be clear and clear. Therefore, when a country is established in one generation, there must be a generation of executioners. In the time of Yao and Shun, there was Gao Tao, and in the time of Han Dynasty, there was Xiao He.
其身不害，韩非子，则故历代行名家所祖宗者也。若不查案之由来，事之初起，徒以行阳刀具，一味行求，则虽称快一时，必致沉冤末世，昭昭天报。
His disciples Shenbuhai and Han Fizi were the ancestors of famous punishment masters in the past dynasties. If you don't investigate the origin of the case, just saw it with a canopy knife at the beginning, and blindly seek torture, then even if it is said to be short-lived, the injustice will be overturned and the world will be repaid by the clear sky.
不爽丝毫，若在因路而行，为贪起见，则自动以五目，断以片言，是择身不休，而可治国治民，上清宫闱，下安百姓，岂可得哉？见长旷览古今，博基野史。
Not happy at all. If you do it again because of bribery. For the sake of greed, they often take the initiative to use 5 pieces of wood or cut off a few words. If they do not cultivate themselves, they can govern the country and the people, clear the palaces at the top, and bring peace to the people below. How can it be achieved? I have a chance to read about the past and present, and learn a lot about wild history.
有不能断其无，并不能信其有者。如此书中所编之审案之名，作案之期，访案之系，破案之神，或因秽乱春宫，或为权其晚节，或图财以害命。
There is something that cannot be judged as non-existent, and one cannot believe in something that exists. The wisdom of investigating cases, the strangeness of committing crimes, the details of investigating cases, and the gods of solving cases compiled in this book may be due to filth and filth in the erotic palace, or they may want to spend their later years, or they may kill themselves for the sake of wealth.
或因奸以成仇，或误服毒促致身亡，或出系言疑为祸首，莫不无辜牵涉，备受苦刑，使非得一人以平反之，便言一服，戏仿微刑，阳以为官，阴以为鬼。
Either he commits adultery to become an enemy, or he accidentally takes poison and dies suddenly, or he makes a joke and suspects that he is the culprit. All of them are innocently involved in being tortured. He has to find someone to vindicate him, change his words and be convinced, and carefully investigate his every detail. Yang is the official, Yin is the ghost.
年至得其情，定其案，白其冤，离其弊，而治其至怪之欲，终不能明。春风倦人，日闲无事，故特将此书之原原本本，以备录之，以供众览。非敢为警示醒俗。
At the end of the year, his love was discovered, his case was settled, his injustice was vindicated, and he was vindicated, and he ended up in a strange prison that could not be understood in the end. The spring breeze is tiring, and the days are idle. Therefore, the original copy of this book is specially prepared for recording and for public viewing. I dare not say that it is a warning to the world.
一辽公乐者之计辽云耳。是曰：备载离其事，亲心往待人，廉明公平者，千古大冤深。话说这部书，出自唐朝中宗年间，其实武后临朝，四方多事。
Also talk about the loneliness of those who read it. The poem says, contains strange things and admires the past generations. Those who are honest and fair will redress injustices throughout the ages. Talk about this book. It comes from the reign of Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty, when Empress Wu came to court and there were many troubles in all directions.
当朝有一位大臣，姓狄，名仁杰，号德英，山西太原县人。其人耿直非常，忠心保国，身居侍郎平章之职，一时在朝诸臣如摇虫。张柬之等人皆是他所见。
There was a minister in the dynasty, his surname was Di, his name was Renjie, his name was Dang, and he was from Taiyuan County, Shaanxi Province. He was very upright and loyal to protect the country. He held the position of Minister Pingzhang. Zhang Jianji and others were all recommended by him.
只因武三思倡乱朝纲，太后御废中宗立他为嗣。狄仁杰犯言力争，奏上一本，说陛下立太子，千秋万岁，配食太庙。若立武三思，自古及今。
Just because Wu Sanxi advocated chaos in the imperial court, the Empress Dowager wanted to depose Zhongzong and make him his heir. Di Renjie offended Yan Lizheng and wrote a memorial, saying that Your Majesty will establish a prince and live forever in the Taimiao Temple. If you stand up and think twice, from ancient times to the present.
未闻有内侄为夫子，姑母可祀大庙的道理，因此才恍然大悟。除了这个念头，退政与中宗皇帝，就称仁杰为国老，迁为幽州都督。及至中宗即位。
I had never heard of the idea that my nephew could be my husband and my aunt could be worshipped in a big temple, so I suddenly realized that except for this idea, I retired from the government and Emperor Zhongzong called Renjie the elder of the country and moved to the governor of Yuzhou. When Zhongzong ascended the throne,
又加封梁国公的爵位，此皆一生的事节，由唐朝以来，无不人人敬服，说他是个忠臣。殊不知这事多事，皆载在历代史书上，所以后人易于知道。
He was also granted the title of Liangguogong. These are all events in his life. Since the Tang dynasty, everyone has respected him and said he was a loyal minister. Little did they know that there were many events at this time, all of which were recorded in the history books of the past dynasties, so it is easy for future generations to know.
还有未载在国史而传留在野史上的那些事，说出来更令人敬服。不但是个忠臣，而且是个循吏，而且是个聪明精细、仁义长厚的君子。
There are also those things that are not recorded in the history of the country, but are passed down in the history of the country. It is even more admirable to say that he is not only a loyal minister, but also a follow-up official, and he is also a gentleman who is smart, sophisticated, benevolent and righteous.
所以武后自建位以来，举己尽侠邪僻，残害忠良，杀子屠兄，弑君震母。 下至民间奇怪案件，皆由狄公剖断明白。自从父母生下他来，6、7岁上。
Therefore, since Empress Wu acceded to the throne, she has been almost eccentric, killing loyal and good people, killing her sisters and brothers, regicide and her mother-in-law. Down to the strange cases among the people, Di Gong judged and understood them all. Since his parents gave birth to him, he was 6 or 7 years old.
就天生的聪明，供书上学，目视十行，自不必说。到了18岁时节，已是学富五车，才高8斗。滨州官府闻了他的闻名，先举了明经，后调为汴州参军。
Just born smart. It goes without saying that when studying books, one should look at 10 lines visually. By the time he was 18 years old, he had gained a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of talents. Bingzhou government. After hearing his literary name, he first cited the Ming dynasty, and then transferred him to Bianzhou to join the army.
又升授滨州法曹。 那朝廷因他居官清正，就迁他为昌平金尹。到任来，为地方上除暴安良，清理词讼，自是他的余事。手下有4个亲随。
He was also promoted to Bingzhou Law Chao. Because he was an upright official, the imperial court moved him to Chongping Jinin. When he takes office, it is his remaining business to eliminate violence and clean up the lawsuits in the local area. He has 4 personal followers.
一个姓乔叫乔泰，一个姓马叫马荣，这2人乃是绿林的豪客。这日他进京公干，遇了他2人要劫他的衣囊行李，人杰见马荣、乔泰皆是英雄气派。
One is named Xiao, Mrs. Xiao, and the other is named Ma-rong. These 2 are wealthy people in the Green Forest. That day when he went to Beijing for business, he met 2 people who wanted to rob him of his clothes and luggage. When Renjie saw Ma-rong and Mrs. Qiao, they both looked heroic.
而且武艺高明，心下想到，我何不收服他们，将来代皇家出力，做了一番事业，他2人也可相助为理，方不埋没了这身本领。当时不但不去躲避。
Moreover, he was very skilled in martial arts, so he thought to himself, why don't I conquer them, and in the future I will contribute to the royal family and do a great job, and the 2 of them can help each other, so as not to bury this skill. At that time, not only did he not avoid it,
反而挺身出来，招呼他2人站下，力劝了一番。哪知马荣同乔泰十分感激，说：“我等为此盗贼，皆因天下纷纷，乱臣当道，徒有这身本领，无奈不遇使者。”
Instead, he stood up and called for them to stand down. Li persuaded him. Unexpectedly, Ma-rong and Mrs. Qiao were very grateful. Said, we are thieves because of the chaos in the world and the rule of rebellious ministers. We only have this ability, and we have no choice but to meet someone who knows it.
所以落草为寇，出此下策。既是尊公如此厚意，情愿随鞭直瞪，报效尊公。当时人杰就将2人收为亲随，其余1人姓洪，叫洪亮，即是滨州人士。
Therefore, Luo Chao is considered a bandit, so he comes up with this strategy. Since I respect you so much, I am willing to follow the whip and hold the stirrup. Serve the honorable public. At that time, Renjie took the 2 of them as his personal followers. The remaining person's surname is Hong, named Hong Liang, which is a surname from Bingzhou.
自幼在敌家使唤，其人虽没有那用武的本事，却是一个胆大心细的人，无论何事皆肯前去。到了办事的时候，又能见机揣度，不致鲁莽。
He has been working in the D family since he was a child. Although he does not have the ability to use force, he is a bold and careful person who is willing to go forward no matter what. When it's time to do things, you can make assumptions and not be reckless.
此人随他最久，又有1人姓陶，叫陶干，也是江湖上的朋友，后来改邪归正，为了宫门的差役，亲因仇家大多，时常有人来报复，所以他投在狄公麾下。
This person has been with him the longest. There was another person named Tao Qian, who was also a friend in the Jianghu. Later he changed his ways and became a servant of the public servant. Since there are many relatives and enemies, people often come to take revenge. So he joined Judge D.
与马荣等人结为挚友。从昌平到任之后，这4人皆带他私行暗访，结了许多疑难案件。这一日正在后堂看那些往来的公事，忽听大堂上面
become close friends with Ma-rong and others. After taking office in Chongping, these 4 people took him on secret visits and settled many difficult cases. On this day, I was in the back hall, watching the official business going on, when I suddenly heard something from the hall.
有人击鼓，直到是出了案件，赶着穿了冠带，升做公堂。两班造吏齐集在下面。只见有个40-50岁的百姓，形色仓皇，汗流满面，在那堂口不住地呼冤。
Someone beat the drum, knowing that there was a case, and hurriedly put on the crown and belt and went to the court. 2 teams of officials gathered below. I saw a common man in his 40s or 50s, looking anxious and sweating, and he couldn't stop complaining in the hall.
狄仁杰遂令差人把他带上，在案前跪下，问道：“你这人姓甚名谁？有何冤意？不等堂期控告，此时击鼓何为也？”那人道：“小人姓孔，名叫万德。”
Direngia then ordered someone to take him away. He knelt down in front of the case and asked, "Who is your surname? What grievances do you have? If you don't wait for the court to accuse you, why are you beating the drum at this time?" The man said, "The villain's surname is Kong, and his name is Wan. Germany."
就在昌平县南门外6位居住，家有数间房屋，只因人少房多，故此开了客店，数十年来安然无事。昨日向晚时节，有2个犯私的客人。
Just outside the south gate of Chongping County, Luwan lived. There are several houses in a family, just because there are fewer people and more rooms. So he opened an inn, and for decades it was safe and sound. Yesterday at dusk, there were 2 customers selling silk.
说是湖州人士，因在外路办货，路过此地，因天色将晚，要在这店中住宿。小人见是路过的客人，当时就将他住下。晚间饮酒谈笑，众人皆知。
It is said that he is from Huzhou. He was passing by this place because he was doing some shopping on the road. As it was getting late, he wanted to stay in this store. The villain saw that he was a passing guest. He stayed there at that time. Drinking and talking and laughing in the evening are known to everyone.
今早天色将明，他俩就起身而去。到了晨牌时分，忽然的贾胡德前来报信，说镇口有2个尸首杀死地下，乃是你家头店的客人，准是你图财害命。
It was getting dark this morning, so they both got up and left. At Chinpai time, suddenly Hugh came to report, saying, "There are 2 corpses at the entrance of the town. They were killed underground. They were guests of your shop. You must be seeking wealth and harming life." 将他致死，把尸首拖在镇口，贻害别人，不容小人分辨。复将这2个尸骸拖到小人家门前，大言恐吓，令我出500银两，方肯遮掩此事，不然这2人 Put him to death and drag his body at the entrance of the town to cause harm to others. I didn't allow the villain to argue, so I dragged the 2 corpses to the door of the villain's house, threatened me, and ordered me to pay 500 silver taels before I could cover up the matter. Otherwise these 2是由你店中出去，何以就在这镇上出了奇案？这不是你遗失灭迹，因此小人情急，特来求大老爷伸冤。狄仁杰听他这番言语 He left from your shop. Why did a strange case happen in this town? This is not your removal of corpses and traces of them. Therefore, the villain is in a hurry and has come to seek justice from the great master. Direngia listened to his words. 将他这人上下一望，实不是个行凶的模样。无奈是人命巨案，不能听他一面之词就将他放去。乃道：“汝既说是本地的良民。” Looking at him from top to bottom, he didn't look like a murderer. Unfortunately, this is a serious human life case. We can't let him go just because of his words. Nido, since you say you are a good citizen of this place,
为何这地甲不说他人，单说是你？想见你也不是良善之辈，本县中难平信，且将地甲带来何夺？下面差役一声答应，早见一个30余岁的人。
Why didn't this person say anyone else, but just you? I think you are not a kind person, and this county will never be able to trust you. And bring the ground armor to nuclear seizure. The officer below agreed and saw a man in his 30s.
走上前来，满脸的斜纹，斜穿着一件青衣，到了案前跪下道：“小人乃6位，得甲胡德，见太爷请安。此案乃是在小人管下，今早见这2口尸骸。”
He came forward, with evil lines on his face, and wore a green dress diagonally. He knelt down in front of the case and said, "The villain is the 6th concubine, Dejia Hude. I see the master to say hello. This case is under the jurisdiction of the villain. Next, I saw these 2 corpses this morning."
杀死镇口，当时并不知是何处客人，后来和镇人家前来观看，皆说是昨晚投在孔家店内的客人，小人因此向他盘问，若不是他图财害命。
Killingenko, it was not known where the guest was at that time. Later, people from Hezhen came to watch. They all said that he was a customer who stayed at Kong's store last night, so the villain questioned him. If he hadn't killed himself for money.
何以2人皆杀死在镇上？而且孔万德说是动身时天色将明，彼时镇上也该早有人行路，即使在路，遇见强人，岂无一人过此看见？问镇上店家。
Why were both killed in the town? Moreover, Kong Wanda said that when he set off, the sky would be bright, and there should be people walking in the town by then, even on the road. When meeting a strong man, has no one ever seen this? Ask the store in town.
又未听见喊救的声音，这是显见的情节，明是他夜间动手，将2人杀死，然后拖到镇口，遗失灭迹。此乃小人的承认，凶手既已在此，求太爷审讯便了。
No cry for help was heard. This is an obvious plot. He obviously did it at night, killed the 2 people, dragged them to the entrance of the town, and removed their bodies to eliminate any trace of them. This is the responsibility of the villain, and the murderer is already here. Just ask the master to interrogate me.
狄仁杰听胡德这番话，甚是在理，回头望着孔万德时，不是个图财害命的凶人，乃道：“你2人供词各一，本县未经相验，也不能就此定夺，且待登场之后。”
When Direnjia heard what Huda said, he was very reasonable. He turned around and saw that Kong Wanda was not a murderous person who wanted money and life, and said, "You 2 have given different confessions. This county has not verified them, so we can't. Let's decide after that."
再为审讯。说着，他2人交差带去，随即传令伺候，预备前去相验。不知后事如何，且看下回分解。第2回胡地甲乌良害解洪都头借语之情。
Another interrogation. As he said that, the 2 of them took him there. Immediately, he sent an order to serve him and prepared to go for inspection. I don't know what happened next, but I'll break it down next time. The second time Hudijia falsely accused himself and Hong Dudu made excuses to find out, the second time.
话说狄仁杰将胡德同、孔万德两人交差带去，预备前往相验。自己退堂，令人传了仵作，发过3帮，穿了元服，当时带了差役人证，直向6位而来。
It is said that Di Renjie took Huda and Kong Wanda with him and prepared to go to see each other. After he resigned from the court, he was handed over as a widower, given 3 bangs, and wore Yuan uniform. He brought his officer's ID and came straight to Luwan.
所有那一路居民，听说出了命案，皆知道狄公是个清官，必能伸冤离枉，一个个成群结队跟在他轿后前来观看。到了下昼时分，已至镇上。
All the inhabitants of that road. When they heard that there was a murder case, everyone knew that Duke D was an upright official and would definitely redress injustices. People came in groups, following his sedan chair, to watch. By afternoon, we had arrived in town.
早有胡德的伙计赵三，并镇上的乡董郭李文备了公馆，前来迎接。狄公先问了2句寻常的言语，然后下轿说道：“本县且到孔家踏勘一回。”
Zhao San, Huda's assistant, had already prepared a mansion with the township director Guo Liwen. Come and greet. Di Gong first asked 2 ordinary questions, then got off the sedan chair and said, "Let us go to the Kong family in this county for an inspection."
然后登场开宴。说着，先到了客店门首，果见2个尸身倒在下面，为是刀伤身死。随即传胡德问道：“这尸首本是倒在此地的吗？”胡德见狄公先问这话，
Then come on stage and start testing. After saying that, he arrived at the door of the inn first, and saw 2 corpses lying below, dead from stab wounds. Immediately, Huda asked, "Did this corpse originally fall here?" When Huda saw Judge D, he asked this question first.
赶着回禀太爷恩典，此乃孔万德有意害人，故将杀死尸骸抛弃在镇口，以便随后抵赖。小人不能牵涉无辜，故仍然搬移在他家门前，求太爷明察。
He hurriedly reported back, "Your Grace, this is Kong Wanda's intention to harm people, so he killed the corpse and dumped it at the entrance of the town so that he could deny it later. A villain can't involve innocent people. So he still moved it in front of his house. Please ask me, Your Majesty. Observe clearly."
狄公不等他说完，当时喝道：“汝这狗头，本县且不问谁是凶手，你既是在公仁义，岂能知法犯法？可知道遗失该当何罪？无论孔万德是有意害人。”
Judge D didn't wait for him to finish and shouted at that time, "You bitch, this county doesn't ask who is the murderer. Since you are a public servant, how can you know the law and break the law? Do you know what the crime is for removing a corpse? Regardless of Kong Wanda, it is intentional to harm people."
既经他将尸骸抛弃在镇口，汝当先行报县，说明缘故，等本县相验之后，方能请示标封。汝为何藐视王法，敢将这2口尸骸移至此处？这有心所诈。
Since he abandoned the body at the entrance of the town, you should report it to the county first and explain the reason. Only after the county has inspected it can you ask for permission to seal it. Why do you defy the king's law and dare to move these 2 corpses here? This is intentional and deceptive.
以可概见，不然即与他通同谋害，因分赃不平，先行出手。本县先将汝重责一顿，再则严刑拷问，着令差役 重打了200刑杖，登时喊叫连天，皮开肉绽。
It can be seen, otherwise, he would be colluding with him to cause harm, and because of the unfair division of the spoils, he would be the first to take the lead. This county will first punish you severely, and then torture you severely. He ordered the officers to give him 200 beatings with the cane. Immediately, he screamed, and his skin and flesh were torn.
所有那镇上的百姓，明知孔万德是个冤枉，被胡德诬害，无奈是人命案件，不敢掺入驮情。此时见狄公如此办法，众人已是亲服，说道
All the people in that town, knowing that Kong Wanda was unjustly accused and framed by Huda, but it was a human life case, he did not dare to get involved in the case. At this time, seeing Duke D's method, everyone was impressed and said,
果然名不虚传，好一个精明的清官。当时将胡德打毙，他仍是矢口不移，狄公也不过为苛求，带着众人到孔家面，向着孔万德问道
Sure enough, he lived up to his reputation. What a shrewd and honest official. The defeat of Hood was completed at that time. He still insisted on his words, but Duke D was just demanding and brought everyone to the Kong family and asked Kong Wanda.
汝家虽是10数间房屋，但是昨日客人住在哪间屋内？汝且说明。孔万德道：只后进3间，是小人夫妇同我那女儿居住。东边2间是厨房，这5间房屋。
Although your family has dozens of houses, you can tell me which house yesterday's guest lived in. Kong Wanda said, There are only 3 rooms behind, where the villain and his wife live with my daughter. The 2 rooms on the east are kitchens, these 5 rooms.
从不住客，唯有前进同中进，让客居住。昨日那2个客人前来，小人因他是贩私货的客，不免总有银钱，在前进不甚妥帖，因此请他在中进居住。
Never stay with guests, only advance with the same progress and let guests stay. The 2 guests came yesterday. The villain, because he was a silk seller, could not help but always have money. It is not appropriate to move forward, so he is asked to live in Zhongjin.
说着，领了狄公到了中进，指着上首那间房屋。狄公与众人进去细看，果见桌上有残肴酒器，未曾除去，床面前还摆着2个夜壶。看了一遍。
After saying this, he led Mr. D to Zhongjin and pointed to the house above. Duke D and everyone went in to take a closer look and saw something on the table. There were traces of food and wine that had not been removed, and there were 2 chamber pots placed in front of the bed. Read it again.
实无行迹，恐他所供不实，问道：汝在这地既开了数十年客店，往来的过客自必多住此处，难道昨日只有他2人，以外别无一客吗？孔万德道。
There was no trace of it, and he was afraid that what he said was untrue, so he asked, Since you have opened an inn here for decades, many passers-by must stay here. Is it possible that there were only 2 of them yesterday and no other guests? What? Kong Wanda said.
此外尚有3个客人，一是往山西贩卖皮货的，那2个是主仆2人，由河南至此，现因暴病在此，尚在前进睡卧呢。
There are also 3 guests. One is going to Shaanxi to sell fur goods. The other 2 are master and servant. They have arrived here from Hunan, but are now sick here and are still sleeping on the way.
狄公当时先将那个皮货客人带来询问，说是姓高名叫清源， 历年作此生礼，皆在此处头遇。昨日那2个客人，却系天色将明的时节出去。
At that time, Duke D first brought the fur trader to inquire, saying, My surname is Gao, my name is Qingyuan, and I have been doing this for many years. They all stayed here. The 2 guests yesterday went out at dawn.
夜间并未听有喊叫，至他为何身死，我等实不知情。复将那个仆人提来，也是如此说法，且言主人有病，一夜未曾安眠，若是出有别故，岂能绝无动静？
No shouting was heard during the night, and we really don't know why he died. He brought the servant back again and said the same thing, adding that the master was sick. I haven't slept well all night. If there is no other reason, how can there be no movement?
狄公听众人异口同声，皆说非恐万得杀害，心下更是疑惑，只得复往驼情各处细看了一回，仍然无一点痕迹。心下说道：这按明是在外面身死。
Everyone in Duke D's audience said in unison that it was not Kong Wanda who killed him, and he was even more confused. He had to go back and take a closer look at the place, but there was still no trace. He said in his heart, This case is obviously a death outside.
若是在这屋内，就是那3人帮同抵赖，岂能一点形影没有？自己疑惑不定，只得出来。到了镇口，果见原杀的地方，鲜血汪汪，冒散在4处，左右一带。
If in this house, the 3 people were all trying to deny each other, how could they not be there at all? I was confused and had to come out. When we arrived at the entrance of the town, we saw that the place where they had been killed was full of blood, scattered everywhere, to the left and right.
并无人家居住，只得将镇奥恩近的居民提来审问，皆说不知情节。因早见过路人来，知道出了这案，因此换了地甲，细细查访，方知是孔家店内客人。
There was no one living there, so the residents near the town had to be brought in for interrogation. They all said they didn't know the plot. Because I had seen the passerby coming earlier, I knew that this case had occurred, so I called Dijia and investigated carefully, only to find out that he was a guest in the Kong family store.
狄公心想道：莫非就是这地甲所为？此时天色已晚，亮也不能相验，我先且细访一夜，看是如何，明早验付再议。想罢，向着那乡董说道。
Judge D thought to himself, Could it be that this guy did it? It's getting late at this time, so I can't test it. I'll pay a close visit overnight to see what's going on, and we'll discuss it again tomorrow morning. After thinking about it, he headed towards the township director said,
本县素来案件，随到随问，随问随结，故此今日得报。随即前来踏勘，但这命案重大，非日间相验，不能妥当。本县且在此处暂住一宵，明日再行开验。
There have always been cases in this county that are always questioned and settled as soon as they arrive, so we have to report them today, then came to investigate. However, this murder case is so serious that it cannot be properly investigated unless it is conducted during the day. The county will stay here temporarily for 1 night and conduct an examination tomorrow.
吩咐差役小心看管，自己到了公馆，与那乡董郭李文谈论一番，招呼众人退去。随将洪亮喊来说道：“此案定非孔万德所为。”
Instructing the officers to watch carefully, he went to the mansion and had a talk with the township director Guoliwen. Call everyone to leave, Then General Hong Liang called out and said, "This case was definitely not done by Kong Wanda."
本县唯恐这胡德做了这事，反来自己出手侵害旁人。你且去细访一会，速速回报。洪亮当即领命出来，找了那地甲的伙计赵三。
The county is afraid that after Hood has done this, he will take the lead and harm others. Please go and have a closer look and report back quickly. Hong Liang immediately took the order and came out. I found Xiao San, the guy from Dijia.
并见个值日的差役，说道：“我是随着太爷来办这案件，又没有苦主家，又没有事主，眼见的孔老是个冤役。我们虽是宫门口吃饭的人。”
He also met a police officer on duty and said, "I am following the master to handle this case. There is no family to blame, and there is no victim. I can see that Mr. Kong is an injustice. Although we are people eating at the public door."
也不能无辜罗。好人，到此时腹中已是饥饿，胡德是此地地甲，难道一杯酒也不预备？我等也不是白扰的，大爷的清正，谁不晓得？明日回衙之后。
You can't be a good person innocently. At this time, you are already hungry. Hood is the best in this place. Why don't you prepare a glass of wine? It's not for nothing that we've been bothering you. Who knows the uncle's integrity? After I return to the Yamen tomorrow.
总要散给公时，那时我们也要照还。此时当真令我们挨饿不成？赵三听见洪亮发话，赶着上来招呼道：“洪都头不必生气，这是我们地甲，唯按缠手。”
Always provide food and drinks for work. We will have to pay it back at that time. Are we really going to starve now? Zhao San heard Hong Liang's words and hurried up to greet him. Don't be angry, Hong Dutu. This is our local agent, who is involved in the case.
忘却叫人预备，即是都头与众位饿了，我小人奉请一杯，就在镇上东街酒楼上胡乱吃一顿罢。说着，另外派了2人看守尸首，自己与大众来到酒楼。
Forget about asking people to prepare. That is to say, the generals and everyone are hungry. Please give me a drink. Just have a random meal at a restaurant on East Street in town. After saying that, he sent 2 more people to guard the corpse, and he and everyone came to the restaurant.
那些小二见是县避庶阴替，知是为命案来此，赶着上来问长问短，摆上许多酒肴。洪亮道：“我等不比寻常差役，遇了一件案子就大吃大喝。”
When the waiters saw that this was the county gate, they knew that they were here for a murder case, so they hurried up to ask questions. Put lots of food and wine on the table. Hong Liang said, "I am not an ordinary police officer. When we encounter a case, we eat and drink a lot."
拿着事主用钱，然后还所榨些银两走路。你且将寻常的饭菜端2件上来，吃2杯酒就算了。共计多少饭银，随后一总给你。说着，大家坐下。
He took the victim's money and then extorted some silver coins. Just serve 2 ordinary meals and have 2 glasses of wine, and forget it. The total amount of rice money will be given to you later. As he said, everyone sat down.
洪亮明知胡德被打之后，魏乔泰、马荣2人押在孔家，当时向着赵三说道：“你家头也太疏忽了，怎么昨日一夜不在家？今日回来，知道这案件。”
Hong Liang knew clearly that after Hudo was beaten, he took Mrs. Chiao and Ma Rong into custody at Kong's house. At that time, he said to Zhao San, "Your boss is too negligent. Why was he not at home last night? I'm coming back today. Know this case."
就像孔老这许多银两，人家不肯，就生出这个毒计，遗失在他家门首，岂不是心太辣了吗？究竟他昨夜到何处去呢？此乃眼面前地方，怎么连你寻更？
I just thought that Mr. Kong had a lot of money, but he refused, so he came up with this vicious plan and moved his body in front of his house. Isn't it too cruel? Where did he go last night? This is right in front of you. How come you are on guard duty?
皆逡巡不到。现在太爷打了他200刑杖，明日还要着他交出凶手呢。你看这不是自讨苦吃吗？赵三道，都头你不知内黄，因诸位头翁不是外人。
Can't you patrol? Now the master has beaten him 200 times, and tomorrow he will be forced to hand over the murderer. Do you think this is asking for trouble? Zhao San said, "You don't know what's inside, do too, because you are not outsiders."
故敢说出这话。我们这个地家，因与孔老儿有仇，凡到年节，他只肯给那几个铜钱，平时想同他挪一文，他皆不行。昨夜胡德正在李小六子家赌钱。
So I dare to say this. Because our local Jia has a grudge against Mr. Kong, he is only willing to give a few copper coins on New Year's Day. If we want to exchange a penny with him at ordinary times, he can't do it. Last night Hudo was gambling at Li Zialuzi's house.
输了一身的欠账，到了天亮之时，正是不得脱身，忽然镇上哄闹起来，说出了命案。他仿知是孔家出来的人，因此起了这个念头，想报这仇。
Lost a lot of debt. By daybreak, just as he was unable to escape, suddenly the town became noisy and a murder was reported. He found out that he was from the Kong family, so he came up with the idea of taking revenge.
这是原晓得不是万得，不过想讹诈他，自己却被责骂了一顿，岂不是害人不成，反害自己吗？但这案件也真奇怪，明明是天明出的事。
I knew it was not Wanda, but I wanted to blackmail him. But I was scolded. Wouldn't it be that if you fail to harm others, you will harm yourself instead? But this case is really strange. It obviously happened in the morning.
我打过正更之后，方才有笔触回来，一觉未醒，就有了这事。孔老儿虽是个谦吝的人，我看这件事，他绝不敢做。洪亮听了这番话，也是含糊答应。
I just came back from there after making corrections, and this happened before I woke up. Although Mr. Kong is a stingy person, I think this matter. He would never dare to do it. After hearing these words, Hong Liang also vaguely agreed.
想到照他说来，这事也不是胡得了，不过想讹诈他几两银子。现在所欲未遂，重责了200大板，也算得抵了责罪。但是凶手不知是谁，此事倒不易办。
He thought that according to what he said, it was not Huda, but he wanted to blackmail him for a few taels of silver. Now that what he wanted has been accomplished, he has been punished 200 times, which can be considered as a punishment. But I don't know who the murderer is, so the matter is not easy to solve.
当即狼吞虎咽，吃完酒饭，算明账目，招呼他明日在公馆收取，自己别了大众， 来到狄公面前，将方才的话说了一遍。狄公道：“此案甚是奇异。”
Immediately he wolfed down the wine and rice, calculated the accounts, and told him to collect them at the mansion tomorrow. He said goodbye to everyone, went to the front of Duke D, and said what he had just said. Judge D said, "This case is very strange."
若不是万德所为，必是这两人先在别处漏了银钱，被歹人看见尾随到此，今早等他起刑时节，措手不及，伤了性命。不然，何以两人皆杀死在镇口？
If it wasn't Wanda's doing, these two people must have exposed the money elsewhere first, and were seen by the gangsters who followed him here. When he was waiting for his departure this morning, they were caught off guard and lost their lives. Otherwise, why would they both be killed at the entrance of the town?
本县既为民父母，务必为死者伸了冤情，方能上对君王，下对百姓。且待明日宴后如何，再行何夺便了。当时洪亮退了出来，专等明早开宴。
This county is both the parents of the people that, only by redressing the grievances of the deceased can we deal with the king and the people. Let's wait and see what happens after the test tomorrow, then we can check and seize it. Hong Liang withdrew at that time, waiting for the test to begin tomorrow morning.
不知后事如何，且看下回分解。第3回，孔万德验尸呼错狄仁杰卖药威刑。却说狄公听洪亮一番言语，知不是胡德所为，只得等明日宴后再和。
I don't know what happened next, but I'll break it down next time. In the third episode, Kong Wan's autopsy revealed that Di Renjie was wrongly selling medicine, but said that after listening to Hong Liang's words, Judge D knew that it was not Huda's doing, so he had to wait until tomorrow for an examination to verify.
一宿无话，次日一早就起身梳洗，用了早点，命人在尸场伺候。所有那些差役早已纷纷到了孔家门口。不多一会，狄公不出公馆登场，在公案坐下。
A night without words. I got up early the next morning to freshen up and have breakfast, order someone to wait at the corpse field. All the servants had already arrived at the door of Kong's house. After a while, Judge D walked out of the mansion and sat down in the publican.
先命将孔老带上来，说道：“此案汝虽不知情节，即是由汝狱内出去，也不能置身事外。且将这两人姓名说来，以便按名开宴。”孔老几道。
First, he ordered Mr. Kong to be brought up and said, "Although you don't know the plot of this case, you can't stay out of it since you left your apartment, and tell me the names of these two people so that they can be examined by name." Mr. Kong a few words.
这两人前晚投店时，小人也曾问他，一个说是姓徐，那一个说是姓邱。当时因匆匆卸纳行李，未暇问这名字。狄公点点头，用朱笔批了徐姓男子4字。
When the two men checked into the store the night before, the villain also asked him. One said his surname was Su, and the other said his surname was Cho. Because I was in a hurry to unload my luggage, I didn't have time to ask her name. Judge D nodded and marked the words, "Man surnamed Su," with a red pen.
命仵作先验这口尸首。只见仵作领了猪皮到场，场上先把左边那尸身与赵三吉值日的造诣抬到当中，向着狄公禀道：“此人是否姓徐？”
He was ordered to examine the corpse in advance. I saw Wuzwa leading Zhu Biao to the scene. On the scene, he first carried the body on the left, Zhao San, and the servant on duty to the middle, and reported to Di Gong. Is this person's surname Su?
请领孔万德前来看事。狄公急叫孔老儿场上去看，老儿虽害怕，只得战战兢兢走到场上，即见一个鲜血人头牵连在尸首上面。
Please bring Kong Wanda to come and have a look. Di Gong immediately asked Mr. Kong to go to the court to watch. Although the old man was frightened, he had to walk to the court cautiously. Then he saw a bloody human head attached to the corpse.
那五官已被血同泥土污满，勉强看了说道：“此果是前晚住的客人。”仵作听报已毕，随即取了6、7扇芦席铺列地下，将尸身仰放在上面。
The facial features were stained with blood and soil. He reluctantly looked at it and said, "This is the guest who stayed the night before." After hearing the report, Wuzwa took 6 or 7 reed mats and laid them on the ground, and placed the body on it.
先将热水将周身血迹洗去，细细验了一回。只听报道，男尸一具，肩背刀伤一处，径2寸8分，宽4分；左肋跌伤一处，深5分，宽5寸等；咽喉刀伤一处。
First, he washed away the blood all over his body with hot water and examined it carefully. I only heard the report, a male corpse, dash. There was a stab wound on the shoulder and back, 2 and 8 inches in diameter and 4 inches wide. There was a fall wound on the left rib, 5 inches deep and 5 inches wide. There was a stab wound on the throat.
径3寸1分，宽6分，深与径等，致命。暴毙，刑房填了尸格，呈在案上。狄公看了一回，然后下了工作，自己在尸身上下看事1周，与所报无异。
The diameter is 3 inches to 1 minute, the width is 6 points, and the depth is equal to the diameter. It treats life. After the report was completed, the execution room filled up the body and presented it on the case. Judge D looked at it once. Then he got down from the public seat and looked at the corpse for a week. It was just as reported.
随即标封发下，令人取官暂错，出使招认。复又入座，用朱笔点了秋姓。仵作仍照前次的做法，将批领下，把第2个尸身抬到上面，并令孔老去看。
Immediately, the seal was issued, and someone took the coffin to stay temporarily and showed his confession. He sat down again and named Xiao with a red pen. Wuzwa still followed the previous practice and sent down the batch. Lift the second body up and show Mr. Kong to see it.
孔老到了场上，低头才看，不禁一个筋斗，下倒在地，眼珠直向上瞄，口中补补的，直说不出来。狄公在上面见了这样，知道有了别故。
When Mr. Kong arrived on the field, he lowered his head to look. He couldn't help but do somersaults and fell to the ground in fright. His eyes looked up and he couldn't say what he was saying. Mr. D saw this. I know there's something else going on.
赶着令洪亮将他扶起，等他苏醒过来，说明了再验。尸场上面皆寂静无声，望着孔老儿等他醒来，就为何事。此时洪亮将他扶坐在地下。
Ling Hongliang hurriedly helped him up, waited for him to regain consciousness, and explained the situation again. Above the corpse field, everyone was silent, looking at Mr. Kong, waiting for him to wake up and find out what was going on. At this time, Hongliang helped him sit on the ground.
忙令他媳妇取了一盏糖茶。那许多闲人团团围住，恨不立刻宴毕，好回转城去。忽见孔老栽倒地下，一见了也是猜疑不定。隔了一会儿
he quickly ordered his wife to get a cup of sugar tea. There were many idle people surrounding him, eager to finish the inspection immediately so that they could return to the city. Suddenly they saw Mr. Kong falling to the ground. They were also suspicious when they saw him. After a while,
好容易才转过气来，嘴叶优说道：“不好了，错了。”洪亮赶着问道：“老二，你定一定神，太爷现在上面等你禀明，是谁错了？”老儿道：“这尸首错了。”
After finally regaining his breath, he muttered, No. It's not good. Wrong. Hong Liang hurriedly asked, Old man, please calm down, I'm waiting for you up here. Excuse me, who is wrong? The old man said, This corpse is wrong.
前晚那个姓邱的，乃是个少年男子，此人已有胡须，拿捡欧住店的客人。这人明明的是错了，赶快求太爷伸冤呀！仵作童洪亮听了这话。
The man named Xiu the night before was a young man. He already had a beard. Who was the guest staying in the hotel? This person is obviously in the wrong. Please quickly seek justice. Wu Zhua and Hong Liang heard this.
一时吓得猜疑不定，随即回了狄公。狄公道：“哪朵差戟挨这两口尸首？昨日已在此一天，他为何未曾认明？此时林燕忽然更换，岂不是他胡言搪塞？”
Already frightened and suspicious, he immediately returned to Duke D. Judge D said, Why didn't he identify these two corpses? They were here yesterday. Why didn't he identify them? At this time, they suddenly changed them during the inspection. Isn't it just nonsense on his part?
说着，将孔老提到案前，怒问了一番。孔老儿直急得磕头大哭，说道：“小人自己被胡德扦害，见两口尸骸遗在门口，已是心急万分，忙进城报案。”
Then he brought Mr. Kong to the case and asked angrily. Kong Lauer was so anxious that he kowtowed and cried loudly, saying, The villain himself was harmed by Hood. When he saw the two corpses moved at the door, he was extremely anxious. He hurriedly went to the city to report the crime.
拿奥往细看尸身，且这人系倒在那姓徐的身下，见姓徐的不错，以为他也不错了，岂料出这个疑案。小人实是无辜，总求大爷恩典。
Neshang looked at the corpse carefully. Moreover, this man fell under the person named Su. Seeing that the person named Su was not bad, he thought he was also good. Unexpectedly, this suspicious case came out. The villain is really innocent and always begs for grace.
狄公见他如此说法，心下想到：我昨日前来见尸骸，却是一上一下倒在这面前。即使他说讹错，亦在情理之中，但这事难了。且待胡德来细问。
Judge D saw him saying this. I thought to myself, I came to see the corpse yesterday, but I fell up and down in front of it. Since he said it was a mistake, it is reasonable, but this matter is difficult. Let's bring Huda to inquire carefully.
当时招呼带地甲，胡德听见传他，也就带着行商，同乔太两人走上前来。狄公道：“汝这狗头，疑时诬害， 即说这两人为孔万德杀害，昨日由阵日以来。
At that time, I greeted Dai Dijia. When Hood heard about him, he was wounded by tortured. Together with Mrs. Chiao, they stepped forward. Judge D said, "You are a doghead, you removed the bodies and framed them for false accusations. Since you said these two people were killed by Kong Wanda, you moved them from Jinri yesterday."
这尸身面目自必亲见过了，究竟这两人是何形样？赶快供来。此时胡德已听见，说是讹错。现在狄公问他这话，生恐在自己身上追寻凶手，赶着禀道
I must have seen the faces of these corpses with my own eyes. What are these two people like? Hurry up and report them. At this time Hood had heard. He said it was a mistake. Now that Duke D asked him this, he was deeply afraid of finding the murderer and himself, so he hurriedly reported.
小人因由他殿中出去，且近在锯齿，故而说他杀害。至那尸身却是一个少年，那一个已有胡须。因孔万德不依小人停放两人，匆匆进城。
Because the villain went out of his shop and was close to the hurricane, he was said to have killed him. The corpse was indeed that of a young man, and that one had a beard. Because Kong Wanda refused to obey the villain, the two of them stopped and hurried into the city.
以致并在一处。至是否讹错，小人前晚未曾遇面，不敢胡说。狄公当时又将胡德打了100，说他报案不清，反来牵涉百姓。
Even in one place. As for whether he is wrong or not, I have never met the villain the night before and dare not say nonsense. Judge D then beat Huda 100 more times, saying that he failed to report the crime clearly and was instead implicating the people.
随即又将那3个客人传来问讯，皆说前晚两人俱是少年，这个有胡须的实未投店，不知何处人士，因何身死。狄公道：既是如此，本县已明白了。
Immediately, the 3 guests were called for questioning, and they all said that the 2 of them the night before were young men. The bearded one had not yet joined the shop. He did not know where he was from or why he died. Judge said, in that case, this county has understood it.
随即复传仵作开验，只得如法行事，将血迹洗去，向上报道：无名男尸一具，左手争夺伤一处，宽径2寸8分；后背跌一处，径3寸，宽5寸1分。
Immediately, he was sent back for examination. He had no choice but to follow the law, wash away the blood stains, and report to the police. The body of an unknown man is a corpse. There is a bruise on his left hand, 2 inches and 8 inches wide. There is a fall on his back, 3 inches in diameter and 5 inches and 1 minute wide.
铸下刀伤一处，害1寸3分，径5寸6分，深2寸2分。致命。死后，胸前刀伤一处，宽径个2寸8分。暴毙，刑房填了尸格。狄公道：这口尸棺，且置在此处。
With the help of the knife, the wound was 1 inch 3 inch wide, 5 inch and 6 inch wide, and 2 inch deep. Cure life. After his death, he suffered a stab wound on his chest, measuring 2 and 8 inches wide and 8 inches wide. After the report was completed, the execution room was filled with corpses. Judge D said, "This coffin will be placed here."
这人的家属恐离此不远，本县先行标封，出示招认，似凶手击获，再行定案。孔万德交保释回，临案对质， 胡得先行收进，吩咐已毕。
This person's family members are probably not far away from here. The county will seal the case first and show a confession. Once the murderer is caught, the case will be finalized. Kong Wanda was released on bail and confronted before the case, but Huda was detained first. The instructions have been completed.
随即离了6位，一路进城，先到县庙拈香，然后回到衙门，升了工作，备议排阶已毕，退入后堂，一面出了公文，将原案的尸身尺寸、形象录明。
Then he left the 6 concubines and went all the way to the city. He first went to the county temple to burn incense, then returned to the yamen, where he was promoted to the public seat. An official document came out, record the body size and image of the original case.
一闻到湖州本地，令他访问家属，随后又请临风激获。这许多公事办毕，方将乔太、马荣传来说道：“此案本县已有眉目，必是这邱姓所为。”
The document was transferred to Huzhou and ordered to visit his family, and then he asked his neighbors to seize him. After finishing all these official matters, Fang sent Mrs. Chiao and Marong to say, "This case has been revealed in this county, and it must be the person named Xiu.
务必将此人击获，此案方可得破。如两人立刻前去探访，一经拿获，速来回禀。两人领命前去。夫又将洪亮喊来说道：“那口无名的尸骸。”
This person must be arrested before the case can be solved. You two will immediately go to visit and report back as soon as you get it. The 2 of them took the order and went forward, called Hong Liang again and said, "That nameless corpse.
恐即是此地人士，如且到4乡左近访查，且恐那凶手未必远洋，匿迹在乡下一带，似风声少息，然后逃行，也未可知。”洪亮领命去后，一连数日。
I am afraid that he is from this place. You should visit the surrounding areas of the 4 villages. It is also feared that the murderer may not have traveled far away, but may have disappeared in the countryside, waiting for the wind to subside, and then escaping. After Hong Liang took the order, he went there for several days.
皆访不出来，狄公心下急道：“本县历任以来，已结了许多疑案，这是明明的有了眉目，难道竟如此难破？且待本县亲访一番，再行定夺。”想罢，过了一夜。
None can be visited. Judge D said anxiously, "Since I came to this county, I have solved many suspicious cases. There is clearly a clue to this matter, so why is it so difficult to solve it? Let's wait for a personal visit from this county before we can make a decision." After thinking about it, spent the night.
次日一早，换了微型衣服，装成卖药医生，带了许多药草，出了衙署，先到那南乡关路一带大镇市上，走了半日，全无一人理问。心下想到
Early the next morning, he changed into Wei Xing's clothes, pretended to be a medicine seller, brought a lot of medicinal herbs, and left the government office. First, I went to the big towns and markets along Guan Road in Nanxiang. After walking for half a day, no one asked me anything. I thought to myself,
我且找一个宽阔的店铺，下这药草，看是有人来否。想着前面到了个集镇，虽不比城市间热闹，却也是官堂大路，客商仕宦，凑集其间。
I'll find a spacious shop, buy this herb, and see if anyone comes. Thinking about it, I arrived at a market town ahead, although it was not as lively as the cities. But it is also Guantang Road, where merchants and officials gather.
见东北角有个牌坊，上写着黄华镇3字。走进牌坊，对门一个大的高墙，中间现出一座门楼，门前竖着一块方牌，上写着代当2字。狄公道
I saw an archway in the northeast corner with the words Huanghua Town written on it. Entering the archway, there is a large high wall opposite the door, and a gate tower appears in the middle. In front of the door is a square sign with the word Dai Dang written on it. Judge D said,
原来是个典当，我看此地道甚宽阔，且将药包打开，看有人来医治。想罢依着高墙站下，将药草取出，先把那块布包销在地下，然后将所有的药。
It turned out to be a pawn. I saw that the place was quite spacious, and I opened the medicine package to see if someone would come to heal me. After thinking about it, he stood against the high wall, took out the medicinal herbs, first put the piece of cloth on the ground, and then put all the medicinal herbs.
铺列上面，站定身躯，高声唱道：南来北往体更修，只知欢喜不知愁。世间缺少神仙术，疾病来时不自由。在下姓人名夏桀，山西太原人士。
On top of the bunk, he stood still and sang loudly. I go back and forth from north to south, only to be happy and not to worry. There is a lack of magic in the world, and there is no freedom when illness comes. My surname is Ren, and I am a native of Taiyuan, Shaanxi. Sure.
自幼博采奇书，精求医理，虽非华佗转世，也有扁鹊遗风。无论男女方脉、内外各科以及疑难杂症，只要在下面前，就可一望而知，对症发药。
Since childhood, he has read many strange books and studied medical science intensively. Although he is not the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, he still has the legacy of Bien Quebec regardless of male or female side pulse. Various internal and external departments, as well as difficult and complicated diseases, can be understood at a glance, and the right medicine can be prescribed as long as you look at the following.
轻者当面见效，重者3日病除。金团访友到此，就是扬名，哪位有病症的，前来请教。喊说了一会，早拥下了一班闲人，围成一个圈子。狄公细看一回。
In mild cases, the effect will be seen immediately, and in severe cases, the disease will be cured within 3 days. Today, a group of visiting friends are here to save the world and make a name for themselves. If anyone is sick, please come and ask for advice. Yelled for a while, dash. A group of idlers had gathered early and formed a circle. Judge D took a closer look.
皆是乡间民户，你言我语。在那前于别溪内有一个中年妇人，曲着腰，挤在人丛面，望着狄公说毕，上前问道：“先生如此说，想必老病症皆能医了。”
They were all rural households, talking to each other. There was a middle-aged woman in the crocodile, hunched over, squeezed in the crowd. Looking at Mr. D after he finished speaking, he stepped forward and asked, "Sir, is that so?" Said, "I think all old illnesses can be cured."
狄公道：“然也。若无这样手段，何能东奔西走，出此大言？如有何病，可明说来，为汝医病。”那妇人道：“先生说一望而知，我这病却在这心内。”
Judge D said, "Of course. If you don't have such means, how can you run around and make such big words? If you have any illness, you can tell me clearly and I will cure you. The woman said, Sir, you can tell at a glance. My disease is in my heart.
不知先生可能医吗？狄公道：有何不能？你有心病，我有心药。如且转过面来，让我细望。说着，那妇人裹脸向外面。狄公因她是个妇女。
I wonder if Sir can be cured? Judge D said, Why not? You have a heart disease, and I have a heart medicine. Turn your face and let me take a closer look. As she said this, the woman turned her face outward. Judge D, because he is a woman.
自己究竟是个官长，虽然为访案起见，在这人众之间殊不雅相。当即望了一眼，说道：“你这病，我知道了。见你脸色干黄，青筋外露，此乃肝脏神虚之象。”
After all, he is an official. Although he is here to investigate the case, he does not look good among this crowd. He immediately took a look and said, I know about your illness. I see that your face is dry and yellow, and the veins are exposed. This is a sign of liver deficiency.
从前受了郁闷，以致日久引动肝气，饮食不调，时常心痛。你可是心痛吗？那妇人见他说出病源，连忙说道：“先生真是神仙，我这病已有3、4年之久。”
I suffered from depression in the past, which over time caused liver qi, disordered diet, and frequent heartache. Are you heartbroken? When the woman saw that he revealed the cause of the disease, she quickly said, Sir, you are really a genius. I have been suffering from this disease for 3 or 4 years.
从未有人看出这缘故，先生既是知道，不知可有医药吗？狄公见他已是相信，想就此探听口气。不知这妇人说出什么，且看下回分解。
No one has ever figured out the reason for this. Since you know it, don't you know if there is any medicine? Duke D saw that she believed her and wanted to find out what she was saying. I don't know what this woman said. I'll explain it next time.
第4回设医科入门治病见，幼女得雅生矣。却说狄公见那妇人相信他医理，欲解探他的口气，问道：“你这病既有数年，你难道没有丈夫儿子？”
The 4th chapter is about an entry-level medical doctor who becomes suspicious when he sees a young girl who has become mute. But he said that Judge D saw that the woman believed in his medical knowledge, and wanted to understand her tone, so he asked, Since you have been ill for several years, don't you have a husband or son?
待你请人医治，宜就叫你带病延年吗？那妇人见问，叹了一口气道：“说来也是伤心，我丈夫早年久经亡过，留下一个儿子，今年28岁。”
If I ask someone to heal you, will I be forced to live with your illness and prolong your life? When the woman asked, she sighed and said, It's sad to say that my husband died a long time ago and left behind a son who is 28 years old this year.
来在这镇上开个小小绒线店面，娶了儿媳已有8年。去年5月端阳，在家晌午，午后带着媳妇同我那个孙女出去看闹龙舟。
It has been 8 years since I opened a small yarn shop in this town and married my daughter-in-law. Last May during the Dragon Boat Festival, I was enjoying the afternoon at home. In the afternoon, I took my wife and my granddaughter out to watch the Dragon Boat Show.
傍晚我儿子还是如平时一样，到了晚饭以后，忽然腹中疼痛，我以为他是受暑所致， 就叫媳妇使他睡下。哪知到了2鼓，忽听他大叫一声。
In the evening, my son was as usual. After dinner, suddenly there is pain in the abdomen. I thought it was caused by the heat, so I asked my wife to help him sleep. Unexpectedly, when they reached Urgu, they suddenly heard him shouting.
我媳妇就哭喊起来，说他身死了。可怜我婆媳2人，如同天塌下来一般。眼见的绝了宗嗣，虽然开了小店，又没有许多本钱，拿朵皮钱办事。
My wife started crying and said that he was dead. Pity my mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it's like the sky has stepped down. Seeing this, Zong Si died. Although I opened a small shop, I didn't have much capital, so how could I use the money to do things?
好容易东挪西欠，将我儿子收殓去了。但见他临殓时节，2只眼睛如灯珠大小，露出外面。可怜我伤心，日夜痛哭，得了这心痛的病。
With great difficulty, I moved here and there and buried my son. But when he was about to die, his eyes, as big as lamp beads, were exposed. Sorry, I'm sad. I cried bitterly day and night, suffering from this heartbreaking disease.
狄公听他所说，心下一道，虽然5月天暖时节或者不正，为何临死喊叫？收敛时节又为什么2眼露出？莫非其中又有别故吗？
After listening to what he said, Judge D was suspicious. Although it may not be the warm season in May, why did he scream before he died? And why were his eyes exposed during the burial season? Is there some other reason behind it?
我今日为访案而来，或者这秋幸未曾访到，反待这人生了冤情，也未可知。乃道照此讲来，你这病更厉害了。若单是郁结所致，虽是本病，尚可医治。
I am here today to investigate the case, and it is not known whether Chiu, the person named Xiu, has not visited the case and has redressed his grievances on his behalf. Naito said, according to this, your disease is more serious. If it is caused by stagnation alone, even though it is the original disease, it can be easily treated.
此乃骨肉伤心，由心内怨苦出来，岂能暂时就好？我此时虽有药可治，但需要自己煎药配水，与乳服下，方有效验。现在这街道上面，焉能如此费事？
This is the heartbreak of flesh and blood. How can it be temporarily cured and the resentment and suffering in one's heart comes out? Although I have medicine to treat it at this time, I need to boil the medicine myself, mix it with water, and take it with you to be effective. How can it be so troublesome on this street now?
不知你可定要医治？如果要这病除根，只好到你家中间这药，方能妥当。那妇人听他如此说法，踌躇了半晌，说道：“先生如此肯前去。”
I wonder if you definitely want to be treated? If we want to eradicate this disease, I have to boil this medicine at your home to get it right. After hearing what he said, the woman hesitated for a long time and said, Sir, you are so willing to go.
该因我这病是要离身，但是有一件事要与先生说明。自从我儿子死后，我媳妇苦心守节，轻易不见外人，到了下午时分，就将房门紧闭。
Should my illness mean that I will leave my body? But there is one thing that I need to explain to my husband. Since the death of my son, my daughter-in-law takes great pains to observe the rules and rarely sees outsiders. In the afternoon, she closes the door tightly.
凡有外人进来，他就吵闹不休。他说：“青年妇道，为什么婆婆让这般人来家？所以我家那些亲戚，皆知他这个缘故，从没有男人上门。”
Whenever outsiders came in, she would make a lot of noise. She said, the young woman asked, "Why did my mother-in-law let these people come to my house, so those relatives in my family?" Everyone knew this, and no man ever came to her house.
近来连女眷接不来了，家中只有我婆媳2个，午前还在一处，午后就各在各的房内。先生如去，仅在堂屋内煎药，煎药之后，请即出去方好。
Recently, even the female relatives have stopped coming. There are only my mother-in-law and my daughter-in-law at home. They are together in the morning and in their own rooms in the afternoon. If you go, sir, you will only boil the medicine in the main room. After boiling the medicine, please go out immediately.
不然他又要同我吵闹。狄公听毕，心下更是疑惑，想到世上劫掠的人也有，他却过分太甚。男人前来不与他交言，故是正理。
Otherwise she will quarrel with me again. After hearing this, Duke D became even more confused and thought, there are some temperate people in the world, but she went too far. It is right for a man not to talk to her when he comes.
为何连女眷也不上他门，而且午后就将房门紧闭？这就是个疑案。我且答应他前去，看他媳妇是何举动。想必说道：“难得你媳妇如此守节。”
Why didn't even the female relatives come to her door? And close the door tightly in the afternoon? This is a suspicious case. I will allow her to go and see what her wife is doing. After thinking about it, he said, "It's rare for your wife to be so chaste."
真是令人敬重。我此去不过为你治病，只要煎药之后，随即出来便了。那妇人见他答应，更是欢喜非常，说道：“我且回去，先说一声，再来请你。”
It's really respectable. I'm only here to treat your illness. I just want to boil the medicine. Then he came out and had a bowel movement. When the woman saw that he agreed, she was even more happy and said, "I'll go back and tell you first, and then I'll invite you."
狄公怕他回去，为媳妇阻挡，赶着道：“此事殊可不必，早点煎药毕了，我还要赶路进城，做点生意。谅你这苦人，也没有许多钱酬谢我，不过是借你扬名。”
Duke D was afraid that he would stop his wife from going back, so he hurriedly said, "There is no need to do this. I will finish boiling the medicine soon, and I have to rush to the city, to do some business. I'm sorry you are such a miserable person, but you don't have much money. To reward me is just to make you famous."
就此同你去罢。说着将药包打起，别了众人，跟着那妇人前去。过了3、4条狭巷，前面有一所小小房屋，朝北一个矮门，门前站着一个女孩子。
"I'll just go with you." As he spoke, he picked up the medicine bag, said goodbye to everyone, and followed the woman. After passing 3 or 4 narrow alleys, there was a small house in front of it. There is a low door facing north, and a girl is standing in front of it.
约有6、7岁光景，远远见那妇人前来，欢喜非常，赶着跑来迎接。到了面前，抓住那妇人衣袖，口中直是乱叫，说不出一句话来。那个手指东画西。
When I was about 6 or 7 years old, I saw the woman coming from a distance. I was very happy and ran to greet her. When he got in front of her, he grabbed the woman's sleeves and screamed randomly, unable to say a word. That finger was drawing here and there.
不知为着何事，狄公见他是个哑子，乃道：“这个小孩子是你何人？为何不能言语？难道他出生下来就是这样吗？”说着已到了门首，那妇人先推进门去。
I don't know why. Seeing that she was mute, Judge D said, "Who are you, this little child? Why can't he speak? Is this how he was born?" After saying that he had reached the door, the woman pushed the door open first.
四道面报信，狄公恐他媳妇躲避，急着也进了大门，果是3间房屋。下手房门一响，只见一妇人半截身躯向外一望，却巧狄公对面。
It's like reporting a message face to face. Fearing that his wife would avoid him, Judge D hurriedly entered the gate and found that there were 3 houses. When the door of the next room rang, I saw half of a woman looking out, but she happened to be facing Mr. D.
狄公也就望了一眼，但见那个媳妇，年纪也在30以内，虽是素装打扮，无奈那一副银眼露出光芒，实令人魂魄消散。眉梢上起雪白的面孔。
Judge D also took a look. But seeing that daughter-in-law, he is also under 30 years old. Although he is dressed in plain clothes, his lustful eyes are shining, which really makes people disappear. The eyebrows are slightly raised, and the face is snow white.
两颊上微微地晕出那淡红的颜色，却是生于自然。见有生人进来，即将身子向后一缩，扑咚的一声，将房门紧闭。只听在面骂道：“老贱妇！”
The light red color appeared slightly on the cheeks, but it was born from nature. I saw a stranger coming in. He was about to shrink back and close the door tightly with a bang. I just heard someone scolding me in front of me, old bitch.
连这卖药的郎中也带上门来了，才能清静了几天，今日又要吵闹一晚，也不知是哪秘鲁朝勋啊。狄公见了这样的神情，已是猜着了8分。
Even the medicine seller came to the door. I have been quiet for a few days, but today I am going to be noisy all night again. I don't know where the cause is. When Judge D saw this look, he already guessed.
这个女子必不是个好人，其中总有缘故。我记到此，无论如何毁骂，也要访个根由。当时坐下说道：“在下初次到府，还不知府上尊姓，方才这位女孩子。”
This woman must not be a good person. There is always a reason why. Now that I'm here, no matter how much I criticize you, I still want to find out the root cause. At that time, he sat down and said, "This is my first visit to the mansion. I don't know the surname of the gentleman, but this girl just now."
量必是令孙女了。那妇人见问，只得答道：“我家姓毕，我儿子学名叫毕顺。可怜他身死之后，只留下这8岁的孙女。”说着，将那女孩拖到面前。
I guess it must be your granddaughter. When the woman asked, she had to answer, "My family name is Bai, and my son's scientific name is Bai Shun." Unfortunately, after his death, only this 8-year-old granddaughter was left. Then she dragged the girl in front of her.
不禁两眼滚下泪来。狄公道：“现在天色不早，你可将火炉引好，预备煎药。但是你孙女这个哑子，究竟是怎么起的？”毕老妇道：“皆是家门不幸。”
I couldn't help but burst into tears. Judge D said, "It's getting late now, so you can light up the stove and prepare the decoction." But how did your granddaughter become mute? Old woman Bai said, "It's all a misfortune to the family."
自幼生他下来，真是百般伶俐。5、6岁时，口齿爽快的非常。就是他父亲死后，未有2个月光景，那日早间起就变成这样。无论再有什么要事。
She has been so smart in every possible way since she was born. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I was very articulate. Even after his father died, less than 2 months later, when he woke up that morning, he looked like this. No matter what else matters.
虽是心练白，嘴叶又说不出来。一个好好的孩子成了废物，岂不是家门不幸吗？狄公说，当时他同何人睡些，莫非有人要哑吗？你也不根究。
Although my heart is white, I can't express it. A good child has become a waste. Isn't it a misfortune for the family? Judge D said, "Who was she sleeping with at that time? Could it be that someone wanted medicine to make her mute? You don't even know."
如果有人要哑，我倒可以设法。那妇人还未答言，只听他媳妇在房内骂道：“青天白日，无影无形的混说鬼话，骗人家钱财也不是这样做的。”
If someone is dumb from medicine, I can help. Before the woman could answer, she only heard her daughter-in-law scolding in the room. The sky is clear and the sun is shining brightly. Talking nonsense invisible and invisible. This is not the way to defraud people of their money.
我的女儿终日随在我一处，有谁要她？从古及今，只听见人医兽医，从未见能医哑子的人。这老贱妇只顾一时高兴，待这人来医病，也不问他是何人。
My daughter is always with me, who can help her? From ancient times to the present, we have only heard of people treating veterinarians, but we have never seen anyone who can heal mutes. This old bitch only cares about temporary happiness. He brought this man for medical treatment without asking who he was.
听他如此混说，儿子死了也不伤心，还看不得寡妇媳妇清静，唠唠叨叨说个不了。那妇人听他媳妇在房叫骂，只是不敢开口。狄公想到
Listen to him talking nonsense like this. Even after his son died, he was not sad, and he couldn't bear to see the widow and his daughter-in-law in peace, so she kept nagging her. The woman heard her daughter-in-law yelling and cursing in the room, but she didn't dare to speak. Judge D thought.
这个女子必是有个外路，皆因老妇不能识人，以为她真心守节。在我看来，她儿子必是她害死。天下劫妇，未有不是孝妇，既然以丈夫为重。
This woman must have an outsider, because the old woman cannot recognize people and thinks she is sincere. In my opinion, her son must be killed by her. There is no chaste woman in the world who is not a filial woman, since her husband is the most important thing.
丈夫的母亲有病，岂有不让她医治之理？这个女孩子既是她亲生所养，虽然变了哑子，未有不想她病好之理。听见有人能医，就当欢喜非常。
The husband's mother is sick. Is there any reason not to allow her to be treated? Since this girl was her own child, even though she had become mute, there was no reason why she did not want her to recover. When you hear that someone can heal someone, you should be very happy.
出来动问，怎么全不关心，反而骂人不止？即此两端，明明的是个破绽。 我姐不必惊动，回到街中再行细访。当时起身说道：“我虽是走江湖的朋友。”
When I came out to ask, why didn't I care at all and instead kept scolding people? That is, these two ends. It's obviously a flaw. I don't need to be alarmed. I'll go back to the street and pay more attention. At that time, he stood up and said, although I am a friend who has traveled around the world.
也要人家信服，方好为人医治。你家这女人无故伤人，我也不想你许多衣金，何必做此闷气？你再请别人医罢。说着起身出了大门。
You also need to convince others before you can heal them. This woman in your family hurts people for no reason, and I don't want you to pay a lot of medical money. Why should you be so sullen? Just ask someone else to heal you. He stood up and walked out of the door.
那妇人也不敢挽留，只得随他而去。狄公到了镇上，见天色已晚，此时进城已来不及了。我不如今晚在此全住一夜，将此暗访明白了。
The woman didn't dare to stay, so she had to let him go. When Judge D arrived in the town, he saw that it was getting late and it was too late to enter the city. I might as well stay here for the night, to understand the case clearly.
以便明日回行办事。想罢，见前面有个大大的客店，走进门去。早有小二前来问道：“你这郎中先生，还是要张草铺暂住一夜，还是包个客店居住？”
So that I can return to work tomorrow. After thinking about it, I saw a big inn in front of me and walked in. A waiter had already come and asked, "You, Mr. Langjong, would like to stay in a thatched cottage for one night, or rent an inn to stay?"
狄公见陀耶正在出神之际，忽见对面来了一个人，望见狄公在此，赶着站下要来招呼。见他旁边有2、3个闲人，又不敢上前问。狄公早已看见。
When Judge D saw him, he was lost in thought when he suddenly saw a person coming from the opposite side. Seeing Judge here, he hurriedly stood down and wanted to greet him. He saw 2 or 3 idle people beside him, but he didn't dare to go forward and ask. Judge D had already seen it.
不等他开口，说道：“洪大爷，从何到此？今日真是巧遇，就在这店内歇吧。”2人也有个陪伴。那人见他这样，就走上前来。不知此人是谁，且看下回分解。
Before he could speak, he said, "Uncle Hong, where did you get here? What a chance encounter today. Let's rest in this shop, and we will have company." Seeing him like this, the man stepped forward. I don't know who this person is, but he'll explain it next time.
第5回入狱室，多言漏情节，寻坟墓，莫倒显灵魂。却说狄公在客店门首，见对面来了一人，当时招呼他驮往 W 些。那人不是别人，正是洪亮。
Chapter 5, Entering the bathroom, talking a lot and revealing the plot, searching for the grave and praying silently to reveal the soul. But it was said that Judge D was at the door of the inn, and when he saw a man coming from the opposite side, he called him to take a rest. That person was none other than Hong Liang.
奉了狄公的差遣，令他在昌平4乡左近访那6位的凶手。访了数日，绝无消息。今日午后也到了镇上。此时见天色已晚，打算前来住店。
Following Di Gong's mission, he was ordered to visit the murderer of the 6 concubines near the 4 villages of Chongping. Visited for several days. There is absolutely no news. He also arrived in town this afternoon. Seeing that it was already getting late, I planned to come and stay at the hotel.
不料狄公现在这因 A 故而想上前招呼，又怕旁人识破，现在见狄公命他进去，当即走上前来说道：“不料先生也来此地。”
Unexpectedly, Di Gong was here first, so he wanted to come forward to say hello, but he was afraid that others would see through it. Now when he saw Di Gong ordering him to go in, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Unexpectedly, Mr. D also came here."
现在托7间房阴，好让小人伺候。狄公道：“就在前进，过去中进那间下手房屋。你且随我来吧。”当时两人一同进内，到了驼青洪亮先将房门掩上。
Now I have a room so that the villain can take care of me. Judge D said, "Just go ahead and go into the next room. Come with me." At that time, the two of them went in together, and when they got there, Hong Liang closed the door first.
向狄公道：“大爷几时来此？”狄公急忙指道：“此乃客店所住，耳目要紧，你且改了称呼。”但是那案件究竟如何了？洪亮摇头道：“小人奉命已细访了数天。”
He asked Mr. D, "When did you come here?" Mr. D hurriedly stopped and said, "This is the inn where the eyes and ears are important. You just changed the name. But what happened to the case?" Hong Liang shook his head and said, "Little people were ordered to visit carefully for several days."
这左近没有一点形影，怕这姓邱的已去远了，不知乔太同马荣可曾击获？狄公道：“这案虽未能破，我今日在此又得了一件疑案，今晚需要访问明白。”
There is no shape or form around here. I'm afraid that Chiu has gone far away. I wonder if Mrs. Chiao and Ma Rong were ever seized. Judge D said, "Although this case has not been solved, I got another suspicious case here today. I need to visit it tonight to find out."
明日方可行事。当时就将卖药遇见那婢奶奶的话说了一遍。洪亮道：“照此看来是在可疑之列，但是他既未告发，又没有实在行迹，怎么办法？”狄公道：“
Things can only be done tomorrow. I will be selling medicine at that time. What I heard from Grandma Na Bai said it again. Hong Liang said, from this point of view, he is suspicious. But he has neither reported it nor has any real traces. What can we do?" Judge D said.
本县就因这上面，所以要访问。今日定更之后，如可到那辖巷驼绸子泥爱饭，究竟看有无动静，再在左近访她丈夫身死时是何景况。
This county is located here, so I have to visit it. After today's update, you can go to the narrow alley to look at Z at Fan. See if there is any movement. Then I asked her about what was going on when her husband died.
现在坟墓葬在哪因 A 细细问明前来回报。洪亮当时领命，先叫小二取了酒饭，在房中吃毕，等到定更之后，约高二谷不远，故意高声喊道：
Where is the grave now? Ask carefully and report back. Hong Liang took the order at that time. First ask the waiter to get some food and wine, and finish eating in the room, waiting until the update is scheduled. Not far from Gao Ergu, he deliberately shouted loudly.
小二，你在泡壶茶来，服侍先生睡下，我此去会个朋友，立刻就来。说着出了房门而去。 小二见他如此招呼，也不知他是现避树荫替，赶着应声。
Waiter, you can make a pot of tea and help Mr. go to bed. I'm going to meet a friend and will be here immediately. Then he walked out of the room. When the waiter saw him greeting him like this, he didn't know that he was a county official, so he hurriedly responded.
让他前去。洪亮到了街上，依着狄公所说的路径转弯抹角，到了狭巷，果见一座小小矮屋，现在向那两头走了数次，也不见有人来往，说道
Let him go. Hong Liang arrived at the street, followed the path mentioned by Judge D, and after twists and turns, he came to the narrow alley and saw a small hut. He walked several times in both ends of the alley, but no one came or went. Said,
此时莫非尚早，我且到镇上闲游一回，然后再来。想罢复出了巷口，向东到了街口。虽然是乡镇地方，因是南北要道，所有的店面此时尚未关门。
Could it be that it's still too early? I'll go to town for a leisurely stroll and then come back. After thinking about it, he returned to the alley and headed east to the street. Although it is a rural area, because it is an important road between north and south, all the stores are not closed at this time.
远远见前面有个浴堂，洪亮道：“何不此时就沐浴一次？如有闲人，也可搭着机锋问问话头。”当时走到陀，但见前后屋内已是坐得满满。
Seeing a bathhouse in front of me from a distance, he said loudly, "Why don't you take a bath now? If you have someone to spare, you can also take a ride and ask questions." When I walked to the ridge, I saw that there were already people sitting in the room in front and behind. Get full.
只得在左边坑上寻了个地方坐下，向着那堂官问道：“此地高昌平还有多远？这镇上共有几家浴堂？”那个堂官见他是个外路口音，就说
I had to find a place to sit on the pit on the left and ask the waiter, "How far is it from Gaya Changping? How many bathhouses are there in this town?" When the waiter saw that he spoke with a foreign accent, he said,
此地离城只有60连 X 道，客人要进城吗？洪亮道：“我因有个亲戚住在此处，故要前去探亲。你们这地方想必是昌平的管辖了。现在那县令
This place is only 60 kilometers away from the city. Are the guests going into town? Hong Liang said, I have a relative living here, so I want to go to visit my relatives. Your place must be under the jurisdiction of Chongping. Now the county magistrate.
姓甚名谁？哪必数 H 市？目下左近有什么新闻？那个堂官道：“我们这位县太爷真是天下没有的。自他到任以来，不知结了多少疑难的案件。”
Whose surname is it? Where is Mr. H? What news is there recently? The waiter said, Our county magistrate is really unique in the world. Since he took office, I don't know how many difficult cases he has solved.
姓狄名叫仁杰，乃是滨州太原人士。你客人到迟了，若早来数日，离此有10树荫有个6位，集镇出了个命案，甚是奇怪。
His surname is D and his given name is Renjia. He is from Taiyuan, Bingzhou. Your guest is late. If you had come a few days earlier, there is a Luwan who is 10 miles away from here. There is a murder case in the market town. It is very strange, dash.
这客人5更天才由客店内起身，天亮的时节，倒被人杀死在镇口。不知怎样，又将尸首讹错，少年人便做有胡须的。你倒奇也不奇。
This guest only got up from the inn at midnight. At dawn, he was killed at the entrance of the town. I don't know how the corpse was mistaken again, and the young man turned into a bearded one. Are you curious about Dodge?
现在狄太爷已相验过了，标风出世，招人认领呢。不知这凶手究竟是谁？出了几班公差在外访问，至今还未击获。洪亮道：“原来如此。”
Now Mr. D has passed the examination and presented the seal, recruiting people to claim them. I don't know who the murderer is. He has been away on several business trips and has not yet been apprehended. Hong Liang said, "That's it."
这是我迟到了数天了，不然也可瞧看这热闹。说着，将衣服脱完，入池洗了一会，然后出来，又向那人说道：“我昨日到此，听说此地龙舟甚好。”
I am a few days late, otherwise I would have seen the excitement. Said, finishing taking off his clothes. He washed in the pool for a while, then came out and said to the man, "I was here yesterday and heard that dragon boats are very good here."
到了端阳，就可瞧看怎么去岁大闹瘟疫，看了龙舟就会身死的道理。那个堂官笑道：“你这个客人岂不是取笑我在此地生长？”
When we get to the Dragon Boat Festival, we can see why there was a plague last year, and why people will die after watching dragon boats. The waiter laughed and said, "You, the guest, are making fun of me. I grew up here."
也没有听见过这个奇话。你是过路的客人，自哪宣巨夫 H 洪亮道：“我初听的时节也是疑惑，后来那人却有证据说前面狭巷那个毕家。”
I have never heard of this strange saying. You are a passing guest. Where did you come from? Hong Liang said, "When I first heard it, I was also confused." Later, the person did have evidence, saying that the Bai family in the narrow alley ahead.
他是看龙舟之后死的。你们是左近人家，究竟是有这事没有呢？那个堂官还未开言，旁边有一个10数岁的后生说道：“这事是有的。”
He died after watching the dragon boat. You are from Sopeng. Has this happened? Before the waiter could say anything, a teenage boy next to him said, "This is true."
他不是因看龙舟身死，听说是夜间腹痛死的。他两人正在这面屋子前面，又有一人向着那堂官说道：“元武呀，这件事最令人奇怪。”
He didn't die from watching the dragon boat. I heard he died from abdominal pain at night. There was another person in front of the two of them, and he said to the waiter, "Yuan Wu, this thing is the most strange thing."
毕顺那个人那样结状，怎么回家上事如常，夜间喊叫一声就会死了？临练时还张着两眼，真是可怕。听说他坟上还是常作怪呢，这是岂不是个疑案？
Bai Shan was such a strong man, but he still went home as usual. He would die if he screamed at night, and his eyes were still open when he was about to die. It's really scary. I heard that he still often causes mischief on his grave. Isn't this a suspicious case?
他那下面你可见过吗？元武道，你也不要混说，人家青年守节，现在连房门不常出，若是有个别故，岂能这样耐手？只说坟上作怪，高家洼那个地方。
Have you seen him down there? Yuan Wudao, don't be fooled by this. Young people observe the festival and don't even go out of the house often. If there is some special reason, how can they be so persistent? As for the trouble on the tomb, Geojiawa.
尽是坟冢，何以见得就是他呢？那人道：我不过在此闲谈罢了。可见人生在世，如浮云过眼，一口气不来，人就死了。毕顺死过之后
There are only tombs, so how could it be seen that it was him? The man said, I'm just chatting here. It can be seen that life in this world is like floating clouds passing by. If you don't take a breath, you will die. After Bai Shun died.
他的女儿又变作伢子，岂不是可叹？说着穿好衣服，往外而去。洪亮听了这话，知这人晓得底细，复向元武问道：此人姓什么？
Isn't it a pity that his daughter has become mute again? As he said that, he put on his clothes and looked outside. After hearing this, Hong Liang knew that this man knew the details, and asked Yuan Wu again, what is this man's surname?
倒是个口快心直的朋友呢。元武道：他就是镇上铺户，从前那毕顺荣县店就在他家兼并。他姓王，我们见他从小长大的，所以皆喊他小王。
He is a very outspoken friend. Yuan Wudao. He is a shopkeeper in the town. The Bishun yarn shop used to be next to his house. His surname is Wang. We have seen him growing up, so we all call him Xiao Wang.
也是少不更事，只顾信口开河，不知利害的人。洪亮当时也说笑了一声，给了玉钱出来，已是三股光景，想到这事虽有些眉眼，但无一点实证。
He is also a person who is young and careless, and only cares about talking nonsense without knowing the benefits. Hong Liang also laughed aloud at that time. After giving the bath money and coming out, I was already in a good mood. I thought, although there is some eyebrows in this matter, there is no proof at all.
何能办去？一路想着，已到了峡巷，又进去走了2趟，仍然不见动静，只得回转狱中，将方才的话禀知狄公。狄公道：既是如此。
What can be done? After thinking about it all the way, I arrived at the narrow alley and walked in twice more, but still no movement. He had no choice but to go back to his apartment and tell Duke D what he had just said. Judge D said, that's the case.
明日先到高家洼看视一番，再为访查。一夜已过，次日一早，狄公起身，叫小二送进点心，两人饮食已毕，向着小二说道：“今日还要来此居住。”
Tomorrow I will go to Geojiawa to have a look, and then make an investigation. One night passed, and early the next morning, Judge D got up and asked the waiter to bring snacks. After the two had finished eating, he said to the waiter, I will come to live here today.
此时出去寻些生意，午前必定回来。现有这银两在此，全且收下，明日再算便了。当时在身后取出一锭碎银，交与小二，取了药包，出门而去。
I went out to look for some business at this time, and I will definitely be back before noon. Now that I have this silver here, I can just accept it and settle the matter tomorrow. At that time, behind him, he took out a piece of broken silver, handed it to the waiter, took the medicine bag, and went out.
到了镇口，见有个老者在那免衣 C， 洪亮上前问道：“请问老知，此地到高家洼有哪条路去？” 离此有多少路程？那老者用手指道。
Arrive at the entrance of the town. Seeing an old man there, Hong Liang stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, old man, which way goes from here to Gaojiawa? How far is it from here?" The old man pointed his finger and said,
此去向东至三岔路口转弯，再向南约有叶碧路就可到了。洪亮就道了谢。两人顺着他的指示一路前去，果见前面有条三岔路口，向南走不多远。
From here, go east to the three-way intersection and turn, then go south about B Road and you'll be there. Hong Liang said thank you. The two of them followed his instructions and went all the way. As expected, they saw a three-way intersection ahead, not far to the south.
看见荒烟蔓草，白骨累累，许多坟地列在前面。洪亮道：“太爷来是来了，就看这一望无际的坟墓，晓得哪个种是毕家的呢？”狄公道：“本县此来。”
I saw smoke and grass, mounds of bones, and many graveyards lined up in front. Hong Liang said, "Master, here you are. Just look at these endless tombs. Do you know which tomb belongs to the Bai family?" Di Gong said, "I am here from this county."
专为他理冤枉。阴阳虽有隔别，以我这诚心，岂无一点灵验？若果必顺是因病身死，自然寻不着他的坟墓；若是受屈而死，死者有知，自来显灵。
Specifically for him to clear up his grievances. Although there is a distinction between yin and yang, wouldn't my sincerity have any effect? If Bishun died of illness, his grave would naturally not be found. If one dies due to suffering, the deceased has knowledge and will manifest his or her spirit.
说着，就向坟茔一带四面默祷了一遍。此时已是午正时候，忽然日光惨淡，当地起了一阵狂风，将沙灰刮起，有1丈高下，当中凝结一个黑团。
As he said this, he prayed silently in all directions around the tomb. It was already midday, and suddenly the sun dimmed. A strong wind arose in the area, blowing up the sand and dust, which was 10 feet high, a black mass condensed in it.
直向狄公面前扑来。洪亮见了这光景，已吓得面如土色，浑身的汗毛竖立起来，紧紧地站在狄公后面。狄公见黑团子飞起，又说道：“狄某虽知你的冤意。”
He rushed towards Duke Di. When Hong Liang saw this scene, his face turned pale with fright, the hairs all over his body stood up, and he stood tightly behind Judge Di. When Di Gong saw the black dumplings flying up, he said again, "Although Mr. Di knows your injustice."
但这荒冢如云，岂能知你尸骸所在？还不就此在前引路？说毕，只见阴风瑟瑟，渐飞渐远，过了几条小路，远远见有个孤坟堆在前面，那风吹到彼处。
But there are so many deserted graves like clouds. How could I know where your corpse is, and why not lead the way? After saying that, I saw the howling wind, flying further and further away. After passing a few small roads, I saw a lonely grave piled in front of me in the distance, and the wind blew there.
忽然不见，狄公与洪亮也就到了坟前，四面细望，虽不是心脏的形象，却非多年的旧墓。狄公道：“既是如此显灵，你但前去找个当地乡民。”
Suddenly disappeared. Di Gong and Hong Liang also arrived at the tomb and looked around carefully. Although it did not look like a newly buried tomb, it did not look like an old tomb that had been buried for many years. Judge said, "Since it is like this, you should go and find a local villager."
问这坟墓究竟是否毕加所葬，我且在此等你。洪亮心于勇，到了此时，也只得领命前去。约有顿饭时候，带了一个白发的老翁到了面前。
Ask if this tomb is where the Bai family is buried. I'll wait for you here. Hong Liangxin, at this moment, had no choice but to go ahead. About mealtime, an old man with white hair came to me.
向着狄公说道：“你这郎中先生也太失时了。乡镇无人买药，来到这鬼门关做生意吗？老汉亲在田内做生活，被你这伙计纠缠了一会，说你有话问我。”
He said to Mr. D, "You, Mr. Doctor, are too out of date. No one in the town buys medicine. Why do you come to this hell gate to do business? Dash. The old man was working in the field, and he was pestered by you for a while. Say you have something to ask me.
你且说来，究为何事？不知狄公如何说法，且看下回分解。第6回，老土公出言无状咸令尹问案升堂。却说狄公见那老汉前来，说道：“你这太无礼了。”
Tell me, what's the matter? I don't know what Judge D said. Let's look at the explanation in the next chapter. The 6th chapter of The Old Earthworker made a speech without any evidence. Yin Ling asked the case to the court. But it was said that Duke D saw the old man coming and said, "You are so rude."
我虽是江湖朋友，没有什么名声，也不至如此糊涂到此地来卖药。只因有个缘故，要前来问你。我看这座坟地，地运颇佳，不过10年，子孙必然大发。
Even though I am a friend of Jianghu and have no reputation, I am not so stupid as to come here to sell medicine. There is only one reason why I came to ask you. I think this cemetery has good luck. Within 10 years, the descendants will surely prosper.
因此问你，可晓得这地主何人？此地肯卖与不卖？老汉听毕，冷笑了一声，转身就走。洪亮赶上一步，揪着他怒道：“因你年纪长了，不肯与人斗气。”
So I ask you, do you know who the owner of this land is, and whether he is willing to sell this land or not? After hearing this, the old man sneered, turned around and left. Hong Liang caught up and grabbed him and said angrily, "Because you are old and unwilling to fight with others."
若在10年前，先将你这厮恶打一顿，问你可睬人不睬？你也不是个哑子。我先生问你这话，为什么没有回音？那人被他揪住，不得脱身。
If 10 years ago, I would have beaten you up and asked you whether you would ignore me or not. You are not mute. My husband asked you this, why didn't you get a reply? The man was grabbed by him and could not escape.
只得向洪亮说道：“非是我不同他谈论，说话也有点谱子。他说这坟地子孙高发，现在这人家后代已绝嗣了。自从葬在此处。”
He had no choice but to say to Hong Liang, "It's not because I didn't talk to him about it." He also said something interesting. He said that the number of descendants in this cemetery is high, and now the descendants of this family are extinct. Since they were buried here.
我们土公从未见他家有人来上坟，连女儿都变伢子，这坟的风水还有什么好处？岂不是信口胡言？洪亮故意说道：“你莫非认错不成？”
Our earthworkers have never seen anyone from his family visiting the grave. Even his daughter has become mute. What good is the feng shui of this grave? Isn't it just nonsense? Hong Liang said deliberately, "Don't you admit your mistake?"
我虽非此地人民，这个所在也常到此。那个变牙子的人家姓毕，这葬坟的人家，那鱼是姓毕吗？那老汉笑道：“幸亏你还说知道。”
Although I am not from this place, I often visit this place. The family that became mute is named by, and the family that buries the grave is named by. Na Yuan, is the surname by? The old man smiled and said, "Fortunately you said you knew."
他不姓毕，难道你代他改姓吗？老汉田内有事，没工夫与你闲谈。你不相信，到六尾问去就知道了。说着，将洪亮的手一拨，匆匆而去。狄公等他去远。
If his surname is not by, why don't you change his surname on his behalf? The old man has something to do in the field and has no time to chat with you. If you don't believe me, go to Luan and ask and you will know. As he said that, he moved Hong Liang's hand and hurried away. Judge Di waited for him to go far away.
说道：“这必是冤杀无疑了，不然何以竟如此奇艳？我且同你回城再说。”当时洪亮在前引路，出了几条小路，直向大道行去。到了下昼时节
He said, "This must be an unjust killing, otherwise why would it be such a strange experience? I'll talk about it with you back to the city." At that time, Hong Liang led the way and walked straight to the main road through several small roads. It's afternoon time.
腹中已见饥饿，两人择了个饭店饱餐一顿。复往前行，约至上灯时分，已至昌平城内。主仆到了衙门，到书房坐下。此时所有的公差
Feeling hungry, they chose a restaurant and had a hearty meal. We walked forward again, and at about the time when the lanterns were lit, we arrived at Chongping City. The master and servant arrived at the yamen and sat down in the study. At this time, all official business was done.
见本官这2日未曾升堂，已是疑惑不定，说道：“莫非因命案未破，再驮捧逆意不成？不然想必又私访去了。你言我语，正在私下议论，狄公已到了署内。”
Seeing that I had not been to the court for the past 2 days, I was already confused and said, "Is it because the murder case has not been solved, so I can't support you here? Otherwise, I must have paid a private visit again. You talked to each other, and we were discussing in private. Judge D has arrived at the office."
先问乔太、马荣可曾回来？早有家人回道，前晚2人已回来一趟，因大爷不在署中，故次日一早又去办公。但是那邱姓仍未访出，不知怎样。
First ask Mrs. Chiao and Ma Rong if they have come back. Some family members have returned early. The 2 of them came back the night before. Since the uncle was not at the office, they went to work again the next morning. But the Chiu surname has not come out yet. I wonder what happened.
狄公点了点手，随即传命值日差进来问话。当时洪亮招呼出去，约有半杯茶食之久，差人已走了进来，向狄公请安站下。狄公道：“本县有朱谦在此。”
Judge D nodded, and then ordered the duty officer to come in and ask questions. At that time, Hong Liang greeted him out. After about half a cup of tea, the messenger came in and asked Mr. D to stand down. Judge D said, There is a red sign in this county.
明早天明，速赴黄华镇高家洼两处，将土工地甲一并传来，澡堂问话。差人领了朱签，到了班房，向着众人道：“我们安静了2天，没有听什么新闻。”
At dawn tomorrow morning, we will quickly go to 2 places in Gaojiawa, Huanghua Town, and deliver the construction site armor together for questioning in the morning. The messenger received the zhu, arrived at the classroom, and said to everyone, "We have been quiet for 2 days, and we didn't hear any news."
此时这没来由的事又出来了，不知太爷又听何事，忽然令我到黄华镇去呢？你晓得那处地甲是谁？众人道：“今日何凯还在城内，怎么你倒忘却了？”
At this time, this unreasonable thing happened again. I don't know what my grandpa heard, but he suddenly ordered me to go to Huanghua Town. Do you know who is there? The crowd said, "He Kai is still in the city today. Why did you forget about him?"
去岁上卯时节，还请我们大众在他镇上吃酒，你哪如此善忘？明日早去，必碰得见他。这位老爷迟不得的轻是轻极了，地方上虽有了这个好官。
Last year, it was the mouse season. You also invite us people to have a drink in his town. How can you be so forgetful? If you go early tomorrow morning, you will definitely meet him. This gentleman is too late. The Qing dynasty is extremely Qing dynasty, even though there is such a good official in the local area.
只苦了我们拖下许多累来，终日坐在这，因为找不到一文。那个差人听他说是何凯，当日回到家中安息了一夜，次日5更就忙忙地起身。
It only caused us a lot of fatigue. I sit here all day long and can't find a single article. The messenger heard that he was Hikai. He returned home that day, rested for the night, and got up hurriedly at 5 o'clock the next day.
到了黄华镇上，先到何凯家内，将公事丢下，叫他伙计到高家洼传那土工，自己就在镇上。吃了午饭，那人已将土工带来，3人一齐到了县内。
When we arrived at Huanghua Town, we first went to Hikai's house and left the official business behind it, asked his assistant to go to Gaojiawa to deliver the earthwork, and he will be in the town. After lunch, the man had brought the earthworkers, and the 3 of them arrived in the county together.
差人禀道已毕，狄公随即做了公堂，先将何凯带上，问道：“你是黄华镇地甲吗？哪年上卯道方？一向境内有何案件？为何务工懒惰，不来禀报？”
After the messengers had arrived, Di Gong immediately sat in the court and took Hikai first and asked, "Are you the first person from Huanghua Town? In what year did Shang Mao arrive at Fang? What cases have been reported in the territory? Why did you miss it? You're lazy, why don't you report it?"
何凯见狄公开口，就说出这几句话来，知他又访出什么事件，赶着回道：“小人是去岁3月上卯，4月初1上方，一向皆小心办公，不敢误事。”
When Hikai saw Di Gong speaking, he said these few words. Knowing what incident he had uncovered, he hurriedly replied, "I went to the workshop on the 1st day of April last year. I always go to the workshop on the 1st day of April. Work carefully and don't dare to make mistakes."
自从太爷到任以来，官清民安，镇上实无案件可报。小人蒙私上卯，何敢偷懒？求太爷恩典。狄公道：“既是4月到方， 为何去岁5月出了谋害的命案？
Since the Grand Master took office, the officials have been clean and the people are safe, and there are really no cases to be reported in the town. How dare you be lazy when you are thinking too much? Please ask for your grace. Judge D said, since it's April, why was there a murder case in May last year?
全不知道呢。何凯听了这话，如同一盆冷水浇在身上，心内直是乱跳，忙道：“小人在方，昼夜逡巡，实没有这案。若是有了这案，太爷近在咫尺。”
Don't know anything? After Hikai heard this, it was like a basin of cold water being poured on him. His heart was beating wildly, and he said hurriedly, "The villain is in the shop, patrolling day and night, but there is no such case. If there is such a case, the master is close by. So close.
岂敢逆案不报？狄公道：“本县此时也不究罪，但是那镇上毕顺如何身死？汝既是地甲，未有不知此理，赶快从实招来。”何凯见他问了这话，
How dare you hide the case and not report it? Judge D said, This county will not prosecute him at this time. But how did Bai Shun die in that town? Since you are a local leader, you are not unaware of this, so hurry up and call him. Hikai saw him and asked this question.
知道其中必有缘故，当时回道：“小人虽在镇上当差，有应问的事件，也有不应问的事件。镇上共计有上数千人家，无一天没有婚丧善事，必顺身死。”
Knowing that there must be a reason, he replied at that time, Although I am an errand in the town, there are things that should be asked about, and there are also things that should not be asked about. There are thousands of families in the town, and there is not a day without weddings and funerals. Bai Shun died.
也是犯常之事。他家属既未报案，灵和又未具控。小人但知他是去年端阳后死的，至如何身死之处，小人实不知情，不敢胡说。狄公喝道：“
It is also a common thing. His family did not report the crime, and no charges were brought against him. The villain knows that he died after the Dragon Boat Festival last year. As for where he died, the villain really didn't know and didn't dare to talk nonsense." Duke D shouted.
汝这狗头倒变得清楚，本县现已知悉，你还如此搪塞，平日务工，已可概见。说着，又命带土工上来。那个老汉听见县太爷传他
You are a bitch, but you can explain clearly. The county now knows that you are still prevaricating like this, and it is obvious that you usually miss the mark. Said. He also ordered the earthworkers to be brought up. The old man heard the county magistrate tell him.
已吓得如死的一般，战战兢兢地跪在案前道：“小人高家洼的土工，见太爷请安。”狄公见老汉这形样，回想昨日他跑的时节，心下甚是发笑。当时问道：“
He was frightened to death, and he knelt down in front of the case tremblingly and said, I'm a geotechnical engineer from Gaojiawa. Please greet me when I see you. Seeing the old man in this state, Judge D recalled the time when he ran away yesterday. I was really laughing in my heart. At that time he asked,
你叫什么？当土工几年了？”那人道：“老汉姓陶，叫陶大喜。”这话还未说完，两旁差人喝道：“你这老狗头，好大胆量！太爷面前敢称老汉，打你200刑杖。”
What's your name? How many years have you been working as a geotechnical engineer? The man said, the old man's surname is Tao, his name is Tao Dashi. Before he could finish his words, people on both sides shouted, You old doghead, you are so brave. If you dare to call me old man in front of the emperor, I will give you 200 punishments.
看你说老不老了。土公见差人吆喝，已吓得面如土色，赶着改口道：“小人该死！小人当土公有30年了，太爷今日有何吩咐？”狄公道：“你抬起头来。”
It depends on whether you are old or not. When the earthworker saw the messenger yelling, his face turned pale with fright. He quickly changed his words and said, You deserve to die. You have been working as an earthworker for 30 years. What do you want me to do today? Mr. D said, Look up.
此地可是鬼门关了吗？你看一看，可认得本县。陶大喜一听这话，早又将舌头下短，心下说道：“我昨日是同那郎中先生说的此话，难道这话就犯法了？”
Is this place close to hell? Take a look. Do you recognize this county? When Tao Dashi heard this, his tongue was frightened and he said in his heart, I said this to the doctor yesterday. Is it illegal?
这位太爷不比旁人，眼见的尊臀上要露丑了，急了半晌，方才说出话道：“大爷在上，小人不敢抬头。小人昨日鲁莽，与那卖药的郎中偶尔戏言。”
This master is no better than others. Seeing that Dazoon's buttocks were about to show off, I was anxious for a long time. Just now he spoke, Master, I dare not raise my head. I was reckless yesterday and had an occasional joke with the medicine seller.
求大爷宽恕一次。狄公道：“汝既知罪，且免追究。汝但望一望，本县与那人如何？”老汉抬头一看，早已魂飞天外，赶着在下面磕头说道：“小人该死。”
Please forgive me once. Judge D said, Since you know the crime, you are exempt from prosecution. Just take a look and see how this county compares to that person. The old man looked up and saw that he was out of his mind. He hurriedly kowtowed below and said, You villain deserves to die.
小人不知是太爷，小人下次无论何人，再不敢如此了。众差看见这样，方知狄公又出去查访案件。只见上面说道：“你既知道那个坟家是毕家所葬。”
I don't know if it's the master. I won't dare to do this next time, no matter who I am. When the officers saw this, they knew that Duke D had gone out to investigate the case again. I saw it said, Since you know that the grave is buried in the Bai family.
他来葬的时节是何形象？有何人送来？为何你知道他女儿变了牙子？可从实供来。老汉道：“小人做着土工，凡有人来葬坟，皆给小人200清钱。”
When he came to be buried, what was his appearance like? Who brought him? And why did you know that his daughter had become mute? It can come from actual offerings. The old man said, This little man is doing this earthwork. If anyone comes to bury the grave, I will give him 200 green coins.
待他包种堆土等事，去岁端阳后3日，忽见抬了一个官舅前来，2个女人哭声不止，说是镇上毕家的小官，送的2人，一个是他妻子。
He helped him pack graves and pile soil on his behalf. 3 days after the Dragon Boat Festival last year, I suddenly saw a coffin coming. Two women were crying and said they were minor officials of the Bai family in the town. One of the two people he sent was his wife.
那一个就是他生母。小人本想葬在乱家驼情，才到官舅面前，呼那驼呼 Q 哥咋响了2声，小人就吓个不止。当时向他母亲说道
That one is his biological mother. The villain originally wanted to be buried in a chaotic house, but before he came to the coffin suddenly made 2 loud noises, and the villain was frightened. He said to his mother at that time,
你这儿子生死不服，现在还是想动呢？莫非你们入殓早了？究竟是何病身死？他母亲还未开口，他妻子反将小人哭骂了一顿。
Your son refused to accept death and is still making noise. Could it be that you were buried too early? What exactly caused his death? Before his mother could speak, his wife cried and scolded the villain.
说把持工地，不许埋葬。那个老妇人见他如此说法，也就与小人吵闹起来了。当时因他是2个女流，不便与他们争论，又恐这死者是生死不明。
They say I control public land and are not allowed to be buried. When the old woman saw what she said, she started to quarrel with the villain. At that time, because she was a promiscuous woman, it's inconvenient to argue with them. It is also feared that the body and death of the deceased are unknown.
随后破案之时，必来相验。若是依着乱种，岂不带累别人？因此，小人方将他另埋在那个地方。谁知葬了下去，每日深夜就鬼叫不止，百般不得安静。
When the case is solved later, they will come to investigate. If they rely on the random graves, won't they bring harm to others? So the villain buried him in another place. Who would have thought that after he was buried, ghosts would scream every night late at night? No peace at all costs.
昨日太爷在那恶扯闲 A 非是小人大胆，实因不敢在那众东薄 C 这是小人耳闻目见的情形，致这死者果否生死不明，小人实不知情，求太爷的恩典。
Yesterday, my grandpa was standing there. It was because I was brave, but I didn't dare to do anything there. See, this was something I saw and heard. I don't know whether the deceased was dead or not. I really didn't know about it. Please Grandpa's grace.
狄公听毕道，既是如此，本县且是汝回去，明日在那夺眼具便了。说罢，陶大喜退了下来，随即传了唐玉、洪亮协同快差，当晚赶抵黄华镇上。
After hearing this, Duke D said, In that case, I will let you go back. You can rest there tomorrow. After saying that, Tao Dashi withdrew. Immediately, a message was sent to the court. Hong Liang, together with the rapid dispatchers, arrived at Huanghua town that night.
明早将毕顺的妻子带案武训，吩咐已毕，自己退入后堂。那些快差一个个摇头鼓舌，说：“我们在这镇上每月至少也要来往5、6次。”
Bai Shun's wife will be brought to trial tomorrow morning. Having finished his instructions, he retreated into the back hall. Those quickies shook their heads and cluttered their heads one by one, saying, We have to come and go at least 5 or 6 times a month in this town.
从未听见有这件事，怎么太爷如此耳长？6位的命案还未激获，又寻出这个案子来了，岂不是自寻烦恼？你看这是凭空而来，叫我们向谁要钱？
I've never heard of this before. Why is my master so smart? The murder case of Lu Yu has not yet been apprehended. If you find out about this case again, wouldn't you be asking for trouble? You see, this happened out of nowhere. Who do we ask for money from?
彼时你言我语，谈论了一会，只得同洪亮一齐前去。不知后事如何，且看下回分解。第7回，老妇人苦言求免衔县令初次问供。却说洪亮领了唐玉。
At that time, we talked to each other for a while, and then we had to go together with Hong Liang. I don't know what happened next, but I'll break it down next time. In the 7th chapter, the old woman begged for mercy and the county magistrate first asked for a confession, but said that Hong Liang had received the imperial edict.
童快差当日赶到黄华镇上，次日就到了毕顺家门，敲了2下大门。听驼往陪同一人答道：“谁人敲门？这般清早就来吵闹，你是哪来的？”说着到了门口。
Tong Kuaishou rushed to Huanghua town on the same day and arrived at Bai Shun's house the next day. He knocked on the door twice and heard the reply from the accompanist, who is knocking on the door. It's so noisy early in the morning. Where are you from? He said as he arrived at the door.
将门开了，见3、4个大汉拥在巷内，敢将2手插着2个门扇，问道：“你们也该晓得，我家无男客在内，2代双居，已是苦不可言。你这几个人就为何事？”
After opening the door, he saw 3 or 4 big men crowding in the alley. He quickly crossed the 2 door leaves with his hands and asked, "You should also know that there are no male guests in my family, and it is extremely difficult to be a widow for 2 generations. What are you guys doing?"
这一早来敲门打呼，洪亮正要开言，那个差人先说道：“我们也是上命差遣，概不由己，不然在家中正睡呢，无故的谁来还远路投债？只因我们县太爷。”
Are you knocking on doors this morning? Hong Liang was about to speak, when the messenger said first, "We are also sent by orders. We have no control over it, otherwise we would be sleeping at home. Who will pay off the debt of the long journey without any reason? Just because our county magistrate, dash."
有唐玉在此，令我们这洪都头一同前来，叫你同你家媳妇立刻进城武堂回话。你莫要如此阻拦在门口，这不是说话所在。
There is an edict here, asking us, Hongdu leaders, to come together, asking you and your wife to go to the city immediately and answer the question in the afternoon. Don't block me at the door like this. This is not the place to talk.
说着，就将毕顺的母亲一推，众人一拥而进，到了堂屋坐下。看那下手房门还未开下，洪亮当时取出唐玉，说道：“公事在此，这是迟不得的。”
As he said that, he pushed Bai Shun's mother, and everyone rushed in. Went to the main room and sat down. Seeing that the door to the first room had not yet been opened, Hong Liang took out the edict and said, "Official business is here, it's too late."
你媳妇现在何处？可令出来，一起前去见太爷。说过3言5句，就不关我们大众的事了。毕顺的母亲见是公差到此，吓得浑身抖颤，说道：“
Where is your wife now? Please come out and go together to see the grandpa. I said 3 words and 5 sentences. It's none of our business." When Bai Shun's mother saw that she was here on official business, she was so frightened that she trembled all over and said,
我家也未曾为匪作歹， 这么要我们婆媳到堂，难道有欠户告了我家，说我们欠钱不还吗？可怜我儿子身死之后，家中以度日为难，哪夺鲁还人？
My family has never been abandoned, so if we are asked to come to court, could there be a debtor suing my family, saying that we will not pay back the money we owe? It's a pity that after my son's death, our family has been in a difficult situation, and we can't return the favor.
我虽是小户人家，从未见官到府献丑，这是如何是好？求你们公差看些情面，做些好事，带我到太爷面前先回一声。我这个宣崩门物件。
Although I come from a small family, I have never seen an official come to the house to show his ugliness. What should I do about this matter? I beg you to show mercy and do some good deeds. Come to the Grand Master on my behalf and reply first. This is my object.
赶紧清理事了，今日先放了宽限，免得我们到堂。说着，两眼早流下泪来。洪亮见他实是忠厚无用的妇人，说道：“你已放心，并非有债家告你。”
Clean it up quickly. Let's give him some time today to prevent us from going to the church. As he said this, tears started to flow from his eyes. Hong Liang saw that she was really a loyal and useless woman, and said, "Don't worry, no debtor will sue you."
只因大爷欲提你媳妇前去问话，你且将她交出，或者做些人情，不带你前去。洪亮还未说完，毕顺的母亲早就嚷起来，哭道：“我道你们真是闲差来。”
Just because the uncle wants to take your daughter-in-law to ask questions, you should hand her over, or do some favors and not take you there. Before Hong Liang finished speaking, Bai Shun's mother had already started shouting and cried, "I think you are really county officials."
原来是狐假虎威，来恐吓我们百姓。他既是个官长，无人控告，为何单要提我媳妇？可见得你们不是好人，见我媳妇是个双居，我两人无人无事。
It turns out that the fox is pretending to be the tiger. Come to scare our people. Since he is an official and has no one to accuse him, why should he mention only my wife? It shows that you are not good people. Seeing that my wife is a widow, we are both powerless.
故想出这坏主见，将他骗去，不是强奸，就是卖了为娼，岂不是做梦吗？你既如此，祖奶奶且同你拼了这老命，然后再揪你进城。
So I came up with this bad idea and deceived her. It was not rape. Is it just a dream to be sold into prostitution? Since you are like this, Grandma will fight for your life and then drag you into the city.
看你那县太爷问也不问，说着一面哭一面奔上来救救洪亮。旁边那两个差役忍耐不住，将毕顺的母亲推了坐下，喝道：“你这老婆好不知事！”
Look, your county magistrate didn't even ask. As he said this, he cried and ran up to grab Hong Liang. The two police officers next to them couldn't bear it. He pushed Bai Shun's mother to sit down and shouted, "You are such an ignorant wife."
这是洪都头阁外成权，免得你抛头露面，故说单将你媳妇带去。你看差了意见，反诬我们是假的，天下是假的来。唐玉是太爷亲笔写来的。
This is Hong Dudu's special wish to prevent you from being exposed, so I said that I would take your wife with you. You misunderstood our opinions and mistakenly thought that we were fake and that everything in the world was fake. The edict was written by the Grand Master himself. 难道也是假的吗？我看你也太糊涂，
怪不得为媳妇蒙混，不是遇见这位青天太爷，恐你死在临头还不知道。众人正在这奥之 X。
Is it also fake? I think you are too confused. No wonder you are trying to fool your wife. If you hadn't met this Mr. Qing Tian, I might have died without knowing it. Everyone is here to know X.
下手房内门扇一响，他媳妇早站出来了，向着外面喊道：“婆婆且站起来，让我有话问她。一不是你们罗，二不是有人拒控，我们婆媳在这家中。”
As soon as the door in the next room rang, her daughter-in-law had already stood up and shouted outside, "Mother-in-law, please stand up and let me ask her something. Firstly, it's not you, and secondly, there is someone controlling us. Our mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are here, at home."
没有做那犯法事件。古话说得好，钢刀虽快，不斩无罪之人。他虽是个地方官，也要讲个情理。皇上家谋差优节的妇人，还历次经表。
He didn't commit any crime, as the old saying goes. Although a steel sword is fast, it cannot kill an innocent person. Even though he is a local official, he still has to be reasonable. The wife of the emperor's wife, who was married to the emperor's wife, also wrote a poem and a banquet list.
着官府春秋祭扫，从未有两代编居，地方官出差罗的道理。他要提我不难，只要他将这情说明，我两人犯了合法，那时我也不怕到堂辩了明白。
For the official spring and autumn festival. There has never been a reason for 2 generations to live together and for local officials to go on business trips. It's not difficult for him to accuse me. As long as he explains the situation and what kind of crime the 2 of us have committed, I won't be afraid to go to court and argue clearly.
若是这样提人，无论我婆媳不能遵体，即便前去，哪人难请我回来，可不要说我得罪官长。众差快听他这番言语，如刀削的一般，伶牙俐齿，说个不了。
If you mention someone like this, neither my mother-in-law nor my daughter-in-law can comply with the mention. Even if I go, no one can ask me to come back, but don't say that I have offended the officials. All the servants, please listen to her words. Her words are as sharp as a knife, and her teeth are too sharp to speak.
众人此时反被他封住，直望着洪亮。洪亮笑道：“你这小妇人，年纪虽轻，口舌道来的伶俐，怪不得干出那惊人的事件。你要问案情，提你何事？”
At this time, everyone was blocked by her and stared at Hong Liang. Hong Liang smiled and said, "You are a little woman. Although you are young, you are very clever with your tongue. No wonder you did that shocking incident. What do you want to ask about the case?"
我们不是昌平县，但知道凭票提人。你要问，你到堂上去问。这番话前来吓谁？当时丢个眼色，众人会意，一拥上前，将他揪住，也不容他分辨，推推拥拥。
We are not Chongping County, but we know how to appoint people by vote. You want to ask, go to the hall and ask, who are you trying to scare by these words? At that time, with a look of disgrace, everyone understood, and rushed forward, grabbing her, not allowing her to argue, pushing and shoving her.
出门而去。毕顺的母亲见媳妇为人揪去了，自己虽要赶来，无奈是一个孤身，怎经得这般如狼似虎的公差阻挡？当时只得哭喊连天。
Go out and go. Bai Shun's mother saw that her daughter-in-law had been kidnapped. Although she wanted to come, she was alone. How could she withstand the obstruction of this group of wolves and tigers, so she could only cry and scream.
在地下乱滚了一阵，众人也无暇理问。到了镇上，那些居家铺户见毕家出了此事，不知为着何故，皆拥上来观看。洪亮怕闲人吵杂，亮声说道
It rolled around on the ground for a while. No one had time to ask. When they arrived in the town, all the shopkeepers saw what happened to the Bai family. They didn't know why, so they all came to watch. Hong Liang was afraid of the noise from idlers, so he said loudly,
我们是昌平县狄太爷差来的，立即到堂讯问你们这左右邻舍的。此事在此阻着去路，随后提密邻舍，可不要躲避。这案件却不是寻常案子。
We were sent by Mr. D from Chongping County. We immediately went to the court to interrogate you, your neighbors, block the way here now, and then look for your neighbors, but don't avoid them. This case is no ordinary case.
那些人恐牵涉到身上，也就纷纷过去。洪亮趁此一路而来，约至5正时分，到了署内，当即进去禀知了狄公。狄公传命大堂伺候，自己穿了冠带。
Those people were afraid that they would be involved, so they passed by one after another. Hong Liang took advantage of this and came all the way. Arrive at the office around noon. He immediately went in and reported to Duke D. Judge D ordered him to wait in the hall. I wore the official belt myself.
暖阁门开，升起公案。早见各班书吏齐列两旁，当即命带人犯。两边威喝一声，早将毕顺的妻子跪在阶下。狄公还未开口，只见他已先问道
The door of Nguyen Pavilion opens and a public case is raised. When I saw the scribes from all the classes lined up on both sides early in the morning, I immediately ordered them to lead the prisoners. There was a shout of intimidation from both sides, and Bai Shun's wife had already knelt down at the foot of the steps. Before Judge D opened his mouth, she had already asked,
小妇人周氏叩见太爷，不知太爷有何见语，特令公差到镇提讯，求太爷从速判明。我乃少年双父，不能久跪公堂。狄公听了这话，已是不由不动怒。
Mrs. Zhou, the young lady, kowtowed to see her grandpa. I don't know what my grandpa's advice is, so I specially ordered the official to go to the town to interrogate, and I beg my grandpa to get a clear answer as soon as possible. I am a young widow and cannot kneel in court for long. Duke D heard this. I can't help but be angry.
冷笑道：“你好个双父两字，你只能欺那老妇糊涂，本县岂能为你蒙混？你且抬起头来，看本县是谁？”周氏听说，即向上面一望，这已经不小。
He sneered and said, "You are such a widow. You can only deceive that old woman into confusion. How can this county fool you? Just raise your head and see who this county is." After hearing this, Mrs. Zhou immediately went up. Looking at it, this is quite a surprise.
心下想到，这名是前日卖药的郎中先生，怎么做了这昌平知县？怪不得我连日心慌意乱，原来出了这事。设若为他盘出，那时如何是好？
I thought to myself, this is obviously the doctor who sold medicine the day before yesterday. How did he become the magistrate of Chongping County? No wonder I have been flustered for days. It turns out that this happened. What should I do if I find out for him?
心内虽是十分恐怕，外面却不敢过形于色，反而高声回道：“小妇人前日不知是太爷前来，以致出言冒犯。虽是小妇人过失，但不知不罪。”
Although I was very scared in my heart, I didn't dare to express it externally. Instead, she replied loudly, "The little woman didn't know it was the master who came the day before yesterday, so she made an offensive statement. Although it was the little woman's fault, she didn't know that she was not guilty."
太爷是个清官，岂为这事迁怒？狄公喝道：“汝这淫妇，你不认得本县。你丈夫正是少年，理应夫妇同心，百年偕好，为什么存心不善，与人通奸？”
Your Majesty is an upright official. Why should you express your anger over this matter? Judge D shouted, "You whore, you don't know this county. Your husband is just a young man. Husband and wife should be of the same mind and have been together for hundreds of years. Why do you commit adultery with bad intentions?"
反将亲夫害死，如且从实招来，本县或可使法外之人简等问罪。若竟由此抵赖，这3尺法堂当叫你立刻受苦。你到本县昨日改装，是为何事？
Instead, he killed his own husband. If you call me from the facts, this county may be extraordinarily benevolent and reduce the punishment. If you go out of your way to deny it, you will suffer immediately in this 3-foot Dharma hall. Do you know why this county renovated yesterday?
只因你丈夫身死不明，阴灵未散，日前在本衙告了阴状，故而前来探访。谁知你目无法纪，毁谤翁姑，这忤逆2字已是罪不可追。如且从实供来。
Just because your husband's death is unknown and his spirit has not dissipated, he made a complaint to this office a few days ago, so he came to visit. Who would have thought that you were lawless and slandered Aunt Wang? The word disobedience is already an unpunishable crime. You come from actual offerings.
当日如何将丈夫害死？奸夫何人？周氏听说他谋杀亲夫，真是当头一棒打入脑心，自己的真魂早已飞出神窍。赶着回道：“太爷是百姓的父母。”
How did you kill your husband that day, and who was the adulterer? Ms. Zhou heard that she had murdered her husband. It was such a blow to the head that it hit her heart. Her true soul had already flown out of her body. He hurriedly replied, "The great master is the parents of the people."
小妇人前日实是无心冒犯，何能为这小事想出这罪名诬害？此乃人命攸关之事，太爷总要开恩，不能任意的冤屈呢。狄公喝道：“本县知你这淫妇。”
The little woman had no intention of offending the day before. How could she come up with such a crime for such a trivial matter? This is a matter of life and death. Your Majesty must be merciful and cannot be arbitrarily wronged. Duke D shouted, "This county knows you are a whore."
是个利口，不将证据还你，谅你也不肯招。你丈夫因状上面写明你的罪名，他说身死之后，你恐他女儿长大，随后漏了机关，败坏你事。
It's a sharp tongue, and I won't return the evidence to you. I'm sorry you don't want to hire me either. Your husband's death certificate states your crime. He said that after his death, you were afraid that his daughter would grow up and expose his secrets to ruin your career.
因此与奸夫通同谋害，用药将女儿药哑。昨日本县已亲眼见着，你还有何赖？ 再不从实供明，本县就用刑拷问了。
Therefore, he conspired with the adulterer and used medicine to make his daughter mute. Yesterday, the Japanese county saw it with their own eyes. What else do you have to rely on? If you don't confess the truth, the county will torture you.
此时周氏哪必咪伦只管得忽冤忽屈，说道：“小妇人从何说起，有影无形的起了这风波？3尺之下，何求不得？虽至用刑拷死，也不能胡乱承认的。”
At this time, the Zhou family just complained about the injustice and said, "Where did the little woman start? This turmoil has arisen invisible and invisible. What can you ask for under 3 feet? Even if it is torture? Even if you're tortured to death, you can't just admit it."
狄公听了怒道：“你这淫妇，胆敢当堂挺撞，本县拼着这一顶乌纱不要，认了那残酷的罪名，看你可傲行抵赖。”左右先将他拖下鞭背40，一声招呼。
After hearing this, Judge D said angrily, "You whore, you dare to confront me in public. This county is willing to fight for this black veil. If you admit that cruel crime, let's see how proud you are to deny it. Let's drag her away first. 40 on the back of the whip. A greeting."
早上来许多差役，脱下胆尺，将周氏身上的衣服撕去，吆五喝六，直向脊背打下。不知周氏究竟肯招否，且看下回分解。
In the morning, many officers came, dragged down Donchi, tore off Zhou's clothes, yelled 5 and 6, and beat them straight down the back. I don't know whether Zhou is willing to do it or not. Let's see the breakdown in the next chapter.
第8回居奸情利口如流，提老妇吃人可悯。却说周氏被打了40鞭背，哪奥恩肯招认，当时呼冤不止，向着堂上说道：“太爷是一县的父母。”
Chapter 8. The old woman is eloquent and eloquent. She is an idiot and pitiful. But it was said that Mr. Zhou had been whipped 40 times on the back, and Nezhen was willing to confess. At that time, he continued to cry out for injustice and said to the hall, "My grandpa is the father and mother of a county."
这样无凭案件，就想害人性命，还做什么官府？今日小妇人愿打死在此。要想用刑招认，除非3更梦话，钢刀虽快，不斩无罪之人。
If you want to kill people without any evidence, what kind of government can you do? Today, the little woman is willing to be beaten to death here. If you want to confess by torture, you have to talk in your sleep in the middle of the night. Although the steel sword is fast, it cannot kill the innocent person.
你说我丈夫生死不明，告了阴状，这是谁人作证？他的状呈现在何处？可知道天外有天，你今为着私仇前来诬害。上司关门未曾封闭，即使官官相护。
You said that my husband's death was unknown and a criminal complaint was filed against him. Who is this witness and where is his complaint? But you know there is a world outside the sky, and now you are here to frame me for your own personal enmity. The superior's official position has never been closed. Even if officials protect each other.
告仍不准，阳间受了你的刑辱，阴间也要告你一状。无良为道，尚有那反作的罪名，何况我是青年的双妇，我拼了一命。你这乌纱也莫想待稳了。
If you are still not allowed to sue, the underworld will sue you even after you have suffered your punishment and humiliation in the underworld. There is also the crime of falsely accusing a good man of being a thief. not to mention that I am a young widow, and I have risked my life. Don't even think about wearing this black gauze securely.
当时在堂上哭骂不让。狄公见他如此利口，遂又叫人抬家棍伺候，两旁一声威吓，扑咚一声，早将刑具摔下。周氏见了，此时仍是矢口不移，呼冤不止。
At that time, I cried and scolded in the hall and refused to let him go. Seeing that she was so sharp-tongued, Judge D then asked someone to wait on her with a stick. With a threat from both sides, and a pop-dong sound, the instrument of torture had already been thrown down. When Zhou saw it, he still refused to change his stance and continued to complain.
狄公道：“本县也知道你既淫且泼，谅你这周身皮肤终不是生铁交成。一日不招，本县一天不松刑具。”说着，又命左右动手。此时那些差役
Judge said, "This county also knows that you are both promiscuous and violent. I forgive you that the skin all over your body is not made of cast iron. If you don't use it for a day, this county will not let go of the torture instruments." After that, he ordered the people on both sides to do it. Those officers at this time
望见周氏如此辩白，彼此皆目中会意，不肯上前。内有一个块头，见洪亮也在堂上，赶着丢了个眼色。两人走到暖阁后面，向他问道：“都头。”
Seeing Zhou's defense, both of them understood that refuses to come forward. There was a quickie inside. When he saw Hong Liang was also in the seeing Zhou's defense, both of them understood that refuses to come forward. There was a quickie inside. When he saw Hong Liang was also in the hall, he glanced at him. The two of them walked behind Nguyen Pavilion and asked him, "Do too."
昨日童太爷究竟访出什么破绽？此时在堂上，且又叫人用刑，设若将他夹死，太爷的功名，我们的性命，怎么说告因状起来？这不是无中生有。
What kind of flaws did Mr. and I find during the interview yesterday? At this time, they were being tortured again in the hall. Suppose she is pinched to death, Grandpa's reputation, our lives. How can we say that we are complaining? Isn't this something made out of nothing?
平时甚是清正，今日何以这样糊涂？即使他谋害亲夫，也要情正事确，开棺验后，方能拷问。都头此时可上去。先回一声，还是先行退堂，访明再问。
You are usually very upright. Why are you so confused today? Even if she plans to murder her husband, she must have the right circumstances and open the coffin for examination before she can be tortured. Dudu can go up at this time. Should I reply first, or should I retreat first and ask tomorrow?
还是就此任意用刑？你看这妇人一张利口，也不是恐吓的道理。若照太爷这样，怕功名有碍。洪亮听了这话，虽是与狄公同去访查，
Or just use arbitrary punishment. You see, this woman's sharp tongue is not meant to threaten her. If I behave like this, my fame will be hindered. After hearing this, Hong Liang went to visit with Judge D.
总因这是相隔一年，纵无有人告发，不能因那哑子就作为证据，心内也是委决不下，只得走到狄公身边，低声回了两句。狄公当时怒道
Because this incident happened a year ago, even if no one reported it, the mute man could not be used as evidence, so he couldn't make up his mind, so he had to walk to Duke D and whisper a few words in reply. Duke D said angrily,
此案乃是本县自己访得，如待有人告发，令这死者冤意也莫能伸了。本县还在此地做什么县官？既然汝等不敢用刑，本县明日必开棺接验。
This case was investigated by the county itself, waiting for someone to report it that the deceased's injustice can't be avenged. What kind of county magistrate is this county doing? Since you dare not use torture, this county will open the coffin tomorrow for inspection.
那时如无有伤痕，我也情甘反作，这案中不能因此不办。说着向周氏道：“你这淫妇仍是如此强辩，本县所说，你该聪明，临时验出致命。”
If there were no scars at that time, I would have been willing to sit back. This case could not be ignored in the end. And said to Mrs. Shou, "You whore, you are still so arrogant," this county said. "You should be smart and find out the cure temporarily."
谅你也无可抵赖了。当时先命差役将周氏收进，一面出千提必顺的母亲到案，然后令值日差到高家洼安排尸场，预备明日开棺。这杈票一出，
I'm sorry you can't deny it. At that time, I first ordered the police to imprison the Zhou family, and at the same time issued a signature to bring Bai Shun's mother to the case, and then ordered the daily police to go to Gaojiawa to arrange the corpse place. Preparing to open the coffin tomorrow. As soon as the difference in votes comes out.
所有昌平的差役无不带狄公担惊受怕，说这是不比儿戏，虽然是有可疑，也不能这样办法，设若验不出来，岂不是白送了性命？
All the officers in Chongping were frightened on behalf of Mr. D, saying that this matter was nothing more than a child's play. Even though there was suspicion, there was no way to do it. All the officers in Chongping were frightened on behalf of Mr. D, saying that this matter was nothing more than a child's play. Even though there was suspicion, there was no way to do it. If it couldn't be tested, wouldn't it be a waste of life?
不说众人在私下窃议，只说那个公差到了黄华镇上，一直来到毕顺家门首，已是上灯时分，但见许多闲人纷纷扰扰，在那巷口站住，说道
Not to mention that everyone was discussing privately, but that the businessman arrived at Huanghua town and arrived at the door of Bishun's house. It was already time to turn on the lights, but he saw many idle people making trouble. He stopped at the entrance of the alley and said,
前日原来狄太爷在这镇上，我说他虽是个清官，耳风也不能灵通，现在既被他看出破绽，自然彻底根究了。那个老糊涂还在地上哭呢。
It turned out that Mr. D was in this town the day before yesterday. I said that although he was an upright official, his ears were not clear. Now that he saw the flaw, he naturally investigated it thoroughly. That old fool is still crying on the ground.
这不是天网恢恢，疏而不漏。但是狄太爷也不能因这一案就考了口供。照此看来，随后总有大发作的时节。彼此正在那面五子差人已到巷口。
Isn't this Skynet's great work, careless but not missing? But Mr. D can't do it because of this suspicious case, dash. The confession was copied. It seems that there will always be a big breakout season later. The other party was there, and the messenger had arrived at the entrance of the alley.
高声唱道：“诸位人可分开了，我们数十免来。为了这件公事，此时拥在这因也无意味。要看热闹的，明日到高家洼去。”说着分开众人。
Singing loudly, "Everyone, please separate." We are tens of thousands of people. Come, for this official matter. There is no point in gathering here at this time. If you want to watch the excitement, go to Gaojiawa tomorrow, he said and separated from everyone.
到了驼井果，见那老妇人嘴驼道：“这不是天落下的祸。昨日当他真要他起这风波何事？我明日也不要命了，尽数同他拼了这条老命。”
When I got there, I saw the old woman saying, "This is not a disaster from the sky. I took him seriously yesterday, so what's the point of causing such trouble? I won't die tomorrow. I went to the office to fight with him for this. It's an old life."
那个差人走了上去，喝道：“你这老人，好不知事！太爷为好，待你儿子伸冤，你反如此说。你既要去拼命，可巧极了。太爷现在堂上立等回话，就此同你前去。”
The messenger walked up and shouted, "You old man, you are so ignorant. It is for the best of me to redress your son's injustice, but you say so. Since you are going to fight for your life, what a coincidence. My grandpa is now in the hall waiting for a reply, and I will talk to you about this. Go.
免得你媳妇一人在监内。说着将他拖去，要进城去。毕顺的母亲见又有差人前来，正是伤心时节，也不问青红皂白，揪着他的衣领，哭个不止，说道：“
Lest your wife be in prison alone," he said, and dragged her away to enter the city. When Bai Shun's mother saw that someone else was coming, she was sad at the time, so she grabbed his collar and started crying. Said,
我这家产物件也不要了，横竖你这狗官会造言生事，准备一命同他控告，老娘不同你前去，也对不起我的媳妇。当时就出了大门同走。那个差人
I don't want the product parts anymore. After all, you are a bitch who will make trouble and prepare to accuse him with your life. If I don't go with you, I will be sorry for my wife. At that time, we walked out of the gate and walked together. That policeman
见他遭了这事，赶着向何凯说道：“我们虽为他带累，跑了这许多路径，但见他这样，也实不忍。这个小小户门也不容易来的，哪样物件不用钱置？”
Seeing what happened to him, he hurriedly said to Hikai, "Although we are troubled by her, we have traveled so many routes, but we can't bear to see her like this. It's not easy to get to this small door. What kind of thing can be bought without money?"
你可派2个伙计带他看管一夜，也是你我好事。何凯当时也就答应下来，见他2人，趁着月色连夜的前去。到了3更以后，已至城下。
You can send 2 guys to take care of her overnight, which is also a good thing for you and me. Hikai agreed at that time and met the 2 of them. Take advantage of the moonlight and go overnight. After the 3rd watch, we have arrived at the city gate.
所幸守门将士均是熟人，听说县壁树阴替，赶紧将门开了，放了2人进去。此时狄公已经安歇，差人先将毕顺的母亲带入班房，暂住一夜。次日一早，
Fortunately, the guards guarding the gate were all acquaintances. When they heard that the county gate was clean, they quickly opened the door and let the 2 people in. At this time, Duke D had already rested. The messenger first brought Bai Shun's mother into the prison cell, where she stayed overnight and stayed there early the next morning.
等狄公起身，票报已毕，随即又升作大堂，将人带上。狄公问道：“ 你这妇人虽是姓毕，娘家究是何姓？本县前日到你镇上，可知为你儿子的事件。”
When Di Gong got up, the votes had been reported, and he immediately went up to the hall and took the people with him. Duke Di asked, "Although your surname is Bai, what is the surname of your mother's family? This county came to your town the day before yesterday. Do you know what happened to your son?"
只因他身死不明，未辱媳妇害死，因本县在此事清官，专待人家申冤离往，因此你儿子告了阴状，求我为他申冤。今日带汝前来，非为别事。
Just because his death is unknown and he was killed by your wife, because this county is an upright official here and specializes in redressing grievances on behalf of others, so your son filed a complaint and begged me to redress his grievances. I brought you here today for no other reason.
可恨你的媳妇坚不承认，反说本县有意诬他，若非开棺相验，此事断不能分辨。死者是你的儿子，故此提你到案。毕顺的母亲听见这话，
It's a pity that your daughter-in-law refused to admit it, and instead said that the county deliberately framed her. Without opening the coffin and examining it, we would never be able to tell the difference. The deceased is your son, so you are brought to the case. Bishuan's mother heard this.
哪归舍部 A 当时回道：“我儿子已死有1年，为何要翻看尸骨？他死的那日晚上，我还见他在家，临入殓之时，又众目所见。太爷说待我儿子申冤。”
Negui Shabu A replied at that time, "My son has been dead for a year, why do I need to look through the bones? I saw him at home on the night of his death, and when he was about to be buried, he was seen by everyone. The grandpa said he would seek justice on behalf of my son."
我儿子无冤可申，为何乱将我媳妇拷打？这是无凭无证。你既是个父母官，就该访问明白，这样害人是何道理？我娘家姓唐，在这本地已有几代。
My son has no grievance to avenge. Why did he torture my wife indiscriminately? There is no basis for this. Since you are a parent official, you should understand why you are harming people in this way. My maiden name is Tang, and I have been here for several generations.
哪个不知道是良善百姓？要你问他则甚，莫非又要拖累别人吗？今日在此同你说明，不将我媳妇放出来，我也不想回去了，拼我一命。
Who doesn't know they are good people? If you ask him, is he going to drag others down again? Today I am here to explain to you, if my wife is not released, I don't want to go back. Fight for my life.
死在这因也不能听你胡言胡语，害了活的，又寻我那死的。说着在堂上哭闹不止。狄公见他真是无用老实的人，一味为媳妇说话。
Even if I die here, I can't listen to your nonsense, harming the living and looking for me, the dead. As he said this, he kept crying in the hall. Mr. D saw that she was really a useless and honest person. Just speak for your wife.
辛简欧作急，说道：“你这妇人如此糊涂，怪不得你儿子死后深信不疑，连本县这样判说，你还是不能明白。可知本县是为你起见。”
Heartbroken, he said, "You woman, you are so confused. No wonder you believed so deeply after your son's death. You still can't understand even this county's judgment. You know this county is doing this for your own sake.
若是开棺验不出伤痕，本县也要反做。 只因那死者阴魂不服，前来告状，你竟不肯开验，难道那冤枉就不深了？本县既为这地方官府，不能明知故昧。
If the coffin is opened and no scars can be found, this county also needs to sit back. Just because the ghost of the deceased was dissatisfied and came to file a complaint, and you refuse to open an examination now, will the injustice not be redressed? Since this county is a local government, we cannot be ignorant of it.
准备毁了这乌纱，也要办个水落石出。这开验事行定了。说着，令人将他带下，传令明早辰时前往，末时登场。当即退堂，到下书房陀，备设详文。
I am going to destroy this wuxia and get to the bottom of it. The test is ready. He said and ordered her to be taken down, and she was ordered to go there at dawn tomorrow morning and appear at the end of the day. Immediately left the hall and went down to the study room to prepare detailed equipment.
申详上线，所有外面那些差役人等，俱是猜疑不定，说狄公鲁莽，无奈不敢上去回阻，只得个人预备香艳的用物，过了一夜。次日天色将明。
The application details are submitted to the Constitution. All the officers and men outside were suspicious and said that Duke D was reckless. We had no choice but to dare to go up and stop him, so we had to prepare things for the test and spent the night. The sky will be bright the next day.
众差役已陆续前来，先发了3帮，到大堂伺候。到了辰时，狄公升了公堂。先传元差并呈验的仵作说道：“这是比那寻常案件不同，设若不伤。”
The officers had already arrived one after another. They were given 3 bangs first and went to the lobby to wait on them. At the time of Chen, Duke D was promoted to the court. Swazwa, who first passed on the original report and accepted it, said, "This matter is different from ordinary cases. If it doesn't hurt."
本县毁了这功名事小，汝等众人也不能无视。今日务将伤痕验明，方好定案治罪，为死者伸冤。众差领命已毕，随即将唐氏、周氏2人带到堂上。
It's a small thing for this county to ruin its reputation, but you and everyone else can't do nothing either. Today it is important to identify the injuries so that the case can be conclusively convicted and justice can be redressed for the deceased. The missions have finished receiving their orders. Then they brought the Tang family and Zhou family to the hall.
狄公又向周氏说道：“你这淫妇，昨日情愿受刑，只是不肯招认，不知你欺害的别人，本县不容你蒙混。今日带同你婆媳前往开验，看汝再有何辩。”
Di Gong said to Zhou again, "You whore, you were willing to be punished yesterday, but you just refused to admit it. I don't know that you have deceived others. This county will not allow you to be fooled. Today, I will take your mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to have a test to see if you have any more problems. How to argue.
周氏见狄公如此厉害，心下暗说道：“不料这样认真，但是此去未必就验得出来，不如也咬他一下，叫他知道我的厉害。”当时回道：“小妇人冤深如海。”
Seeing that Duke D was so interested, Mrs. Zhou secretly said in her heart, "I didn't expect him to be so serious, but I may not be able to test it out here, so I might as well bite him to let him know my interests." At that time, she replied, "Little woman, injustice is as deep as the ocean."
太爷携仇诬害，与死者何干？我丈夫死有1年，忽然开棺翻乱，这又是何意见？如有伤痕， 妇人自当认罪，设若未曾伤害，太爷虽是个硬官。
What does the grandfather have to do with the deceased if he takes revenge and makes false accusations? A year after my husband died, his coffin was suddenly opened and turned upside down. What do you think? If there is any injury, the woman should confess her guilt. If there is no injury, the prince is a seal official.
律例上有何处分，也要自己承认的，不能拿着国法为儿戏，一味的诬害平人。狄公冷笑一声，不知说出什么，且看下回分解。
Whatever the regulations are, you must acknowledge them yourself, and you cannot make fun of the national laws. Blindly slandering ordinary people. Judge D sneered. He didn't know what to say. Let's see what happens next.
第9回陶土工具劫乌茨狄县令开棺大宴。却说狄公见周氏，问他开棺无伤，诬害良民，律例上是何处分？狄公冷笑一声道：“本县无此胆量。”
Chapter 9 The magistrate of D County opened the coffin and inspected the pottery tools. But he said that D Gong saw Zhou and asked him whether it would hurt him to open the coffin, so he falsely accused a good citizen. As for what the regulations were, Judge D sneered and said, "This county doesn't have the courage."
也不敢穷追此案，所以向你婆婆说明，若死者没有伤痕，本县先行自己革职治罪。此时若想用言恐吓，就此了结这案件，在别人或可为辱蒙混。
I don't dare to pursue this case. Yesterday, I explained to your mother-in-law that if the deceased has no injuries, the county will first dismiss him and punish him. If you want to use words to intimidate at this time, just settle the case. Others may be fooled by you.
本县面前也莫生此妄想，传令将唐氏、周氏先行带往师场。一声招呼，那些差役也不由他辨别，早已将他二人拖下，推推拥拥上了差轿。
Don't let such delusions arise in front of this county. The order was sent to take the Tang family and Zhou family to the corpse field first. As soon as she said hello, the officers couldn't help but drag her down, push and hug her, and get on the sedan chair.
直向高家洼而去。狄公随即也就带同邢武等人坐轿而去。一路之上，那些百姓听着开棺接验，皆说轻易不见的事情，无不偕老扶幼。
Go straight to Gaojiawa. Di Gong immediately took his fellow prisoners and others and left in a sedan chair. The common people along the way, listening to the coffin being opened and inspected, all said things that were easily forgotten, and all of them brought the old and the young to help.
随着轿子同去看望，约有5出10分，已到黄华镇上。早有何凯带土工陶大喜前来迎接，说道：“师场已布置停妥，请太爷示下。”狄公招呼他两人退下。
We went to visit together in the sedan chair. Around early noon, we arrived at Huanghua town. He Kaidai, a geotechnical engineer, had already come to greet him and said, "The corpse field has been set up. Please give me your instructions." Di Gong asked him and the two of them to step back.
向着洪亮道：“汝前日在玉堂驼琴听那元武说那个洗澡的后生，就开店在毕家左近，如此刻且去访一访，是何姓名？到高家洼回报。”
He said to Hong Liang, "You were in the bathhouse the day before yesterday and heard from Yuan Wu that the young man who took a bath opened a shop nearby's house. You'd better pay a visit now. What's his name? Report back to Gaojiawa."
本县今日亮来不及回城，开宴之后，就在前日那客店内暂作公馆。吩咐已毕，复行起轿前行，没有一会时节，早已到了前面。只见坟冢左手。
I don't think I have time to return to the city today. After the inspection, I will temporarily use the hotel in the day before yesterday as a residence. Having finished his instructions, he got up his sedan chair and started walking again, without a moment. Already in front, I saw only the left side of the tomb.
搭了个芦席棚子，驮掖了公案，所有听差人众皆在右手。芦席棚下挖土的器具已放在坟墓面前。狄公下轿，先到坟前细看了一遍，然后入了工作。
A tent with reed mats was built, and the public case was tucked in. All the people attending the mission were on the right side. Under the reed tent, the tools for digging earth have been placed in front of the tomb. Judge D got off the sedan chair and went to the tomb first to look at it carefully. Then he entered the public seat.
将陶大喜同周氏带上，问道：“前日本县在此，汝说这坟墓是毕家所葬，此话可实在吗？此事非比平常，设若开棺接验，不是必顺，这罪名不小。”
Tao Dashi and Zhou were brought together and asked, "The former Japanese county is here. You said that this tomb was buried by the Bai family. Is this true? This matter is extraordinary. If the coffin is opened and examined, it is not by Shun. This is not a small crime."
那时后悔就迟了。陶大喜道：“小人何敢撒谎？现在他母亲妻子全在此地，岂有讹错之理？”狄公道：“非是本县居职，东周是百般奸恶。”
It will be too late to regret then. Tao Dashi said happily, "How dare you lie? Now that his mother and wife are all here, there is no reason to make mistakes." Di Gong said, "It is not because of the arrest of this county, but the Dongzhou clan is doing all kinds of evil."
他与本县还问那诬害良民的处分呢？若不是必顺的坟家，不但阻碍这场香宴，连本县总有了罪名了。如且具了节状，若不是必顺，将汝照例承办。
She and the county also asked about the punishment for falsely accusing good people. If it weren't for Bai Shun's grave. Not only did it hinder the test, but the county was also charged with it. You have been punished. If it were not Bai Shun, you would be punished as usual.
随向周氏说道：“汝可听见吗？本县向为百姓理案，从无袒护自己的意见。可知这一开棺，那尸骸骨就百般苦恼。汝是他结发的夫妻，无论谋杀这样。”
Then he said to Mr. Zhou, "Can you hear me? This county has always handled cases for the people and never protected its own opinions. It can be seen that this opening of the coffin. The corpse is distressed in every way. You are his married couple. Regardless of murder.
此时也该祭拜一番，以尽生前的情谊。说着就命陶大喜领他前去。毕顺的母亲见狄公同他媳妇说了这话，眼见的儿子翻尸倒骨，一阵心酸。
At this time, it is also time to offer sacrifices to show your affection during your lifetime. Then he ordered Tao Dashi to lead her there. Bai Shun's mother saw Judge D saying this to her daughter-in-law. Seeing my son's body turned upside down, I felt sad.
忍不住嚎啕大哭，揪住周氏说道：“我的儿啊，我毕家就如此败坏，儿子身死， 已是家门不幸，死了之后还要遭这祸事。遇见这个狗官，叫我怎不伤心？
Unable to help but burst into tears, she grabbed Mrs. Zhou and said, "My son, my family is so ruined. The death of my son is already a misfortune for the family. After his death, he will suffer from this disaster. Meeting this dog official. How can I not be sad?"
只见周氏高声地说道：“我看你不必哭了，平时在家容不得我安静，无辜带人回来，找出这场事来，现在哭也无益。既要开棺接验，等他验不出伤来。”
I saw Mrs. Zhou saying loudly, "I don't think you need to cry anymore. I can't tolerate my silence at home. I brought someone back innocently to find out what happened. It's useless to cry now. Since we have to open the coffin for inspection, we can wait. He couldn't find any injuries."
那时也不怕他是官市府，皇上立法叫他来治百姓的，未曾叫他害人，那个反作的罪名也不容他不受。叫我祭拜，我就祭拜遍了。
At that time, I was not afraid whether he was an official or a government official. The emperor legislated and asked him to govern the people, but he was not asked to harm anyone, and he was not exempted from the charge of rebellion. If you ask me to worship, I will just do it.
当时将她婆婆推了过去，自己走在坟前，拜了两拜，不但没有伤心的样子，反而现出那淫泼的气象，向着陶大喜骂道：“你这老狗头，多言多语。”
At that time, she pushed her mother-in-law over and walked in front of the grave. After praying twice, not only did he not look sad, but he showed his lewd attitude and cursed at Tao Dashi, "You old doghead, talk too much."
此时在他面前讨好，开宴之后，亮也走不去。你动手吧，祖奶奶拜祭过了。陶大喜被他骂了一顿，真是无辜受屈的，因他是个苦家，在尸场上面。
If you try to please him now, you won't be able to leave after the test begins. Just do it, Grandma has paid her respects. Tao Dashi was scolded by her. She was really innocent and aggrieved because she was a poor woman and was on top of the corpse field.
不敢与他争论，只得转身来回狄公。狄公见周氏如此撒泼，心下想到：我虽欲为必顺深渊，究竟不能十分相信，因是死者的妻子，此时开棺翻骨。
Not daring to argue with her, he had to turn around and go back to Digong. When Judge Di saw Zhou's behavior, he thought to himself, "Although I want to avenge by Shun. But after all, I can't quite believe it, because she is the wife of the deceased." At this time, the coffin is opened and the bones are turned over.
就该悲伤不已，故令他前去祭拜，见他的劝景，哪知他全部悲苦，反现出这凶恶的形象，还有什么疑惑，必是谋杀无疑了。随即命土公开挖。
He should have been extremely sad, so he ordered her to go to worship him, and when he saw her admonishing him to be calm, he didn't realize that she was not sad at all, but showed such a ferocious image, so there was no doubt that it must be murder. Immediately ordered earthworks to excavate.
陶大喜一声领命，早与那许多伙计铲挖起来，没有半个时辰，已将那棺柩献出。众人上前，将浮土扶了去，回禀了狄公，抬至堰场上面。
Tao Dashi accepted the order with a joyful voice. He and many other men had started digging with shovels, and in less than half an hour, the coffin was revealed. Everyone stepped forward, brushed away the floating soil, reported back to Duke D, and carried it to the examination site.
此时唐氏谏官就已被人挖出，早哭得死去活来，昏晕在地。狄公只得令人搀扶过去，起身来至场上，先命何凯同差役去开棺盖。众人领命上前。
At this time, Mrs. Tang saw that the coffin had been dug out. She cried so hard that she fainted on the ground. Duke D had no choice but to be helped over, got up and came to the court, where he first ordered He Kai and the guards to open the coffin lid. Everyone stepped forward as ordered.
才将盖子掀下，不由得一齐倒退了几步，一个个下个吐舌摇唇，说道：“这是真奇怪了！即便生死不明，绝不至1年有余，两只眼睛又如此睁着。”
Then he took off the lid. They couldn't help but take a few steps back together, and each of them stuck out their tongues and shook their lips, saying, "This is really strange. Even if the body is unknown, it will never be more than a year, and the 2 eyes are still open like this."
你看这形象，岂不可怕？狄公听见，也就到了棺柩旁边，向鱼看，果见两眼与核桃相似，露出外面，一点光芒没有，但见那种灰色的样子，实是骇异。
Look at this image, isn't it terrifying? Duke D heard. When I got to the side of the coffin, I looked at the coffin and saw that the eyes were similar to walnuts, exposed, without any light at all, but I was really surprised to see the gray look.
乃道：“必顺，必顺！今日本县特来为汝申冤，汝若有灵，敢将两眼闭去，好让众人近前，无论如何，总将你这案讯问明白遍了。哪知人虽身死。”
Nai said, "Bishun, Bishun, today this county is here to redress your grievances. If you have a spirit, close your eyes quickly so that everyone can come forward. No matter what, I will interrogate your case and understand it. Who knows that even though he is dead?"
因灵时事不散，狄公此话方才说完，眼望着闭了下去。所有那般差役以及闲杂人等，无不惊叹异常，说这人谋死无疑了，不然何以这样灵验？
The evil spirits are really lingering. Mr. D just finished speaking and closed his eyes. All the servants, the idlers, etc. Everyone was amazed and said that this man was undoubtedly seeking death, otherwise why would it be so effective?
当即狄公转身过来，内有几个胆大差役先动手，将毕顺抬出了棺木，放在尸场上面，先用芦席邀了阳光。仵作上来禀道：“尸身入土已久，就此开宴。”
Immediately Duke D turned around, and a few brave officers inside took action first, carrying Bishun out of the coffin and placing it on the corpse, using reed mats to invite the sunlight. Wuzhua came up and reported. The body has been in the ground for a long time, so the examination will begin.
恐难献出，须先洗刷一番，方可依法行事。求太爷示下。狄公道：“本县已知这缘故，但是他衣服未烂，四体尚全，还可从简相验，免令死者再受洗刷之苦。”
It may be difficult to show up. You need to clean yourself up before you can act in accordance with the law. Please tell me. Judge D said, "This county knows the reason, but his clothes are not torn and his limbs are still intact. We can still reduce it and check it, so as to avoid the pain of washing the deceased again."
仵作见狄公如此说，只得将尸身的衣服轻轻脱去，那身上的皮肤已是朽烂不堪，许多碎布粘在上面，欲想就此开验，无奈那皮色如同灰土。
When Wuzhua saw what Duke D said, he had to gently take off the clothes of the corpse. The skin on the body was already rotten, and many rags were stuck to it. He wanted to do an examination, but the skin color was like dust.
仿佛不用酒喷，则不明伤痕所在，只得复行回明了。狄公令陶大喜择了一方宽展的闲地，挖了深塘，左进人家，取来一口铁锅，就在那荒地上。
It seems that if you don't spray it with wine, you won't know where the scar is. I had to go back to the clearing. Duke D ordered Tao Dashi to choose a wide open space, dig a deep pond, and get an iron pot from a nearby house.
与众人烧出一锅热水，先用软布浸湿，将碎布开去，复用热水在浑身上下洗了一次，然后仵作取了一斗碗高粱烧酒，四处喷了半会。
Boil a pot of hot water with others, soak it in a soft cloth, and wipe off the rags. He poured hot water all over his body and washed it once. Then he took a bowl of high-grained soju and sprayed it everywhere for a while.
用布将尸者盖好。此时尸场上面已经人山人海，男女皆挨挤一团，望那许作开宴。只见他自头脸两阳宴起，一步一步到下腹为止。
Cover the corpse with cloth. At this time, the corpse field was already crowded with people, and men and women were all crowded together, hoping that Sue would be examined. I saw him starting from his head and face and ending at his lower abdomen step by step.
仍不见他禀报伤痕，众人已是疑惑。复见他与差役将尸身搬起翻过，脊背后头顶上验制骨道，仍与先前一般，又不见爆出何伤。狄公此时也就着急。
He still hadn't reported any injuries, and everyone was already confused. When I saw him and the guards again, they lifted the body and turned it over. After checking the back and top of the body to the valley road, it was still the same as before, and no injuries were reported. Judge D was now anxious.
下了公案，在场望着众人动手。现在上身已经验过，只得来验下半部腿脚，所有的皮肤骨节全行验到，现不出一点伤痕。仵作只得来禀狄公说
After finishing the public case, I watched everyone take action. Now that the upper body has been tested, we have to examine the lower half of the legs and feet. All the skin and joints can be inspected, and no scars can be found. Wuzwa had no choice but to come and report to Duke D, saying,
小人当这差使，历来验法，皆分正面阴面，此两处无伤，方用银签入口，验那服毒要害。必顺外体上下无伤，求太爷示下。狄公还未开口。
The little man is on this mission. He has always tested the law, and it has always been divided into positive and negative sides. If there is no injury in these two places, he can use a silver sign to check the harm caused by taking poison. There are no injuries on Bai Shun's body, please tell me. Judge D has not yet opened his mouth.
早有那周氏揪着了许作，怒道：“我丈夫身死已1年，太爷无故无害，说他身死不明，开棺接验，现在浑身无伤，又要银签入口，岂不是无话搪塞？”
Mrs. Zhou had already grabbed Suzhua and said angrily, "It has been a year since my husband died. My grandfather made a false accusation for no reason, saying that his death was unknown. He opened the coffin and examined it. Now he is completely unharmed, and he asked for a silver signature to enter his mouth. Isn't that just prevarication without words?"
想出这来害人。无论是暴病身亡，即使被这狗官看出破绽，是将他那腹内的毒气，这1年之久也该发作，岂有周身无伤无毒，腹内有毒之理？
You want to do this to harm people. No matter he died of a sudden illness, or even if this dog officer saw the flaw. It is because the poisonous gas in his abdomen has been taking effect for a year. How can it be that there is no injury and no poison in the whole body, but there is poison in the abdomen?
他不知情理，你是有传授的，当这差役非止1年，为何顺他的指令，令死者吃苦？这事断不可行。说着揪了仵作，哭闹不休。狄公道
He doesn't understand reason. You have been taught to serve as a sergeant for more than 1 year. Why do you obey his order and make the deceased suffer? This is impossible. As he said this, he grabbed Wu Zhuo and cried endlessly. Di Gong said,
本县与你已言定在前，若是死者无伤，情甘反作。这项公事，昨日以身降上县，岂能有心搪塞？但是历来验尸，外体无伤，须验内腹。此事定律。
This county has made an agreement with you. If the deceased is not injured, we will sit down willingly. This official matter was already submitted to the Constitution in detail yesterday, so how can we be interested in stalling it? However, autopsy has always shown that if there is no external injury, the internal abdomen must be examined. This is the law.
汝何故揪着公差肆行撒泼？难道不知王法吗？还不从速放下，让他在验腹内。若果仍无伤，本县定干反作变了，此时休得无礼。周氏说道。
Why do you seize the official position and act recklessly? Don't you know the king's law? Don't put it down quickly and let him test the abdomen again. If Gua is still unharmed, this county will definitely sit down, so don't be rude at this time. Zhou said.
我看太爷也不必认真。此刻虽是无伤，还可假词说相。若是与死者作对，验毕之后仍无毒物，恐你反作的罪名，太爷就掩饰不来了。一番话。
I don't think you need to be serious. Although there are no injuries at this moment, you can still lie about it. If you are against the deceased, and after the examination, there is still no poison, I am afraid that you will not be able to cover up the crime of sitting back. Some words.
说的仵作不敢动手，不知狄公当时如何，且看下回分解。第10回恶淫妇阻挡收官衔县令诚心肃庙。却说周氏一番话，预想狄公不用银签入口。
It was said that Wu Zhuo did not dare to take action. I don't know what Duke Di was like at that time, but he'll explain it next time. Chapter 10. The evil whore obstructed the coffin from being collected by the wise magistrate sincerely staying in the temple. Chapter 10. But he said what Mr. Zhou said, I wish Di Gong didn't need to sign with silver.
狄公得众辱消道，本县验不出伤痕，理何认罪？岂有以人命为儿戏？凡想掩过之理。正面阴面即使无伤，须将内部验毕，方能完事。
Di Gong said, There are no injuries in this county. It is reasonable to plead guilty. How can we treat human life as a child's play? Instead, I want to hide it. Since there are no injuries on the front and the negative side, the inside must be inspected before the internal examination is completed. It can be done.
当时也不容周氏再说，命仵作照例再验。 众人只见先用热水由口中灌进，轻轻从胸口揉了2下，复又从口内吐出2、3次，以后取出一根细银签子。
At that time, Mr. Zhou was not allowed to say anything more, and he was ordered to conduct another inspection as usual. Everyone saw that he first poured hot water into his mouth and gently rubbed his chest twice. He spit it out from his mouth 2 or 3 more times, and then took out a thin silver stick.
约有8寸上下，由喉中穿入进去，停了一会，请狄公起签。狄公到了尸身前面，见那仵作将签子拔出，依然颜色不变，向着狄公道
About 8 inches, it was inserted through the throat. After a pause, Mr. D was asked to sign. When Judge D arrived in front of the corpse, he saw that the man had pulled out the stick, but the color remained unchanged. He said to Mr. D.
这事实令人奇怪，所有伤痕致命的所在，这样验过也该现出。现在没有伤痕，小人不敢承认这事，请太爷先行标封，再请临风相验。
This fact is strange, as all fatal wounds should appear after such examination. There are no scars now. I don't dare to take on this matter. I would like to ask the great master to seal it first, and then ask the neighboring seals to verify it.
或令差老年仵作前来赴验。狄公到了此时，也不免着急，说道：“本县此举虽觉梦浪，奈因何死者前来显灵？方才那2眼紧闭，即是暂证。”
Or send another elderly widower to come for re-examination. At this time, Judge D was anxious and said, although this county is worried about Meng Lang, why did the deceased come to show his spirit? The eyes that were closed just now are our proof.
若不是谋杀含冤，焉能如此灵验？当即向周氏说道：“此时既无伤痕，只得依例申降，自行请罪。但死者已经受苦，不能再抛尸露骨，弃在此间。”
How could it be so effective if the murder was not unjust? Immediately said to Mr. Zhou, there are no scars at this time. I have to apply for the details according to the regulations and plead guilty according to the circumstances. But the deceased has suffered, and he can no longer leave his body exposed and abandoned here.
先行将他收官，标封暂顿便了。周氏不等他说完，早将原练的那口棺木打得分散，哭道：“先前说是病死，你这狗官定要开验，现在没有伤痕，又想收敛。”
Just put him in the coffin and seal it temporarily. Ms. Zhou didn't wait for him to finish speaking. She had already smashed the coffin in which he was buried, and cried, I said he died of illness before. You are such a dog, you must have an examination. Now that there are no injuries, you want to bury him again.
做官就这样做的吗？我等虽是百姓，未犯法，总不能这无辜拷打。昨日用刑逼供，今又草管人命，这是如何行的？既然开棺，就不能再练。
Is this what an official does? Even though we are common people, we cannot torture innocent people without breaking the law. Yesterday, torture was used to extract confessions, and now people's lives are taken care of. How can this be done? Now that the coffin has been opened, it can no longer be buried.
我等百姓也不能这样期望，一日这案不结，一日不能收官，验不出伤来，拼的那侮辱官长的罪名，同你拼了这命。说着就走上来，揪着狄公撒泼。
We, the common people, cannot be deceived like this. If the case remains unsolved, the coffin cannot be collected. If no injuries can be found, I will fight for your life on the charge of insulting the officer. After saying that, he walked up and grabbed Judge D.
唐氏见媳妇如此，也就接着前来，两人并在一处闹骂不止。狄公到了此时，也只得听他缠绕。所有那些闲人见狄公在此受窘，知他是个好官。
Mrs. Tang saw her daughter-in-law like this. Then he came over, and the two of them were together, and they kept yelling. At this point, Judge D had no choice but to listen to her pestering. All those idle people saw that Duke D was in embarrassment and knew that he was a good official.
接上来向周氏说道：“你这妇人也太不明白，你丈夫已受了这洗刷的苦楚，此时再不收敛，难道就听他暴露？太爷既允你身降请罪，谅也不是皇你。”
They all came up and said to Mrs. Zhou, "You woman, you don't understand. Your husband has already suffered the pain of being washed away. If you don't bury him now, are you going to let him be exposed? Since I allow you to plead guilty in detail, I'm sorry. I'm not lying to you either."
且这是谁人不知，欲想遮掩也不能行。我看你在此胡闹也是无用，不如将尸身先殓起来，随他一同进城，到衙门候信，方是正理。
And no one knows about this, and even if they want to cover it up, they can't. I see it's useless for you to mess around here. It would be better to bury the body first, go to the city with him, and wait for the letter at the yamen, which is the right thing to do.
周氏见众人异口同词，心想我不过这样一闹，阻他下次再验，难得他收官，随后也可无事了。周氏说道：“非是我令丈夫受苦，奈这狗官无辜寻衅。”
Seeing that everyone was speaking in unison, Mrs. Zhou thought that I was just making a fuss like this to prevent him from checking again next time. It would be rare for him to collect the coffin, and then nothing would happen. Mrs. Zhou said, "It was not me who made my husband suffer, but this dog official was innocently looking for an opportunity."
既是他自行首告，我就在他衙门做手辩了。此刻虽然入殓，那时不肯认罪，莫怪我哄闹公堂。说着放手下来，让众人布置。无奈那口就关，已为他打散。
Since he made the complaint on his own, I just sat guard at his yamen. Although I am enthroned now, I refused to plead guilty at that time. Don't blame me for causing trouble in the court, he said, letting go and letting everyone arrange it. But that old coffin, it has been broken up for her.
只得赶令差役奔到黄华镇上，买了一口帛棺，下晚时节方才抬来。当即草草殓毕，顿在原处标了存记，然后带领人众向黄华镇而来。
I had no choice but to rush to Huanghua town and buy a thin coffin, which was brought up in the evening. Immediately, he was hastily buried, the shield was left in place, marked for storage, and then he led the crowd towards Huanghua town.
就在前次那个客店住下，唐氏先行事回，周氏仍然管押。各事吩咐已毕，已是上灯多时。狄公见众人散后，心下时是疑虑，只见洪亮由外面进来。
Just stay at the same inn as last time. The Tang family was released first, but the Zhou family was still in custody. All the instructions have been completed, and it has been a long time since the lamp was turned on. When Di Gong saw that everyone had dispersed, he was really doubtful. He saw Hong Liang coming in from outside.
向着狄公道：“小人奉命访查那个后生，姓陈，名瑞鹏，就在这镇上开设店铺，因与毕顺生前邻舍，故他死后不免可惜。至于案情，也未必知道。”
He said to Mr. Judge, I was ordered to investigate that young man, whose surname is Chen and whose name is Ruipeng. He opened a shop in this town. Because he and Bai Shun were neighbors during his lifetime, it is a pity that he died. As for the case, we may not know it.
但知州是于毕顺在日，时常在街前嬉笑，殊非妇人道理。毕顺虽经管束几次，只是吵闹不休，至他死后，反终日不出大门，甚至连外人拒不肯见。
However, we know that when Bai Shun was still alive, Zhou often laughed in front of the street, which was not a woman's behavior. Although Bai Shun was restrained several times, they just kept making noises, and after his death, he didn't leave the door all day long. Even outsiders are unwilling to see him.
就此一端，所以令人疑惑。此时既验无实证，这是如何处置？以死者看来，必是冤意无疑，若论无伤，又不好严刑拷问，太爷还要设法。
It's at this end, so it's confusing. Since there is no evidence at this time, how to deal with this matter? From the perspective of the deceased, there is no doubt that he was wronged, even if there were no injuries. It's not easy to torture him, so I still have to find a way.
而且那6位之案已有半月，乔泰、马荣俱未访得凶手，接连2案皆是凭空而起，一时何能了结？大爷虽不是以功名为重，但是人命关天。
Moreover, the case of the 6 concubines has been going on for half a month, and neither Mrs. Chiao nor Ma Rong have been able to find the murderer. 2 cases in succession, both of which came out of nowhere, could not be settled in a short period of time. Although the uncle is not focused on fame, human life is at stake.
也要打点。2人正在客店谈论，忽听外面人声鼎沸，一片哭声。到了驼情洪亮一世唐氏前来胡闹，早听外面喊道：“你问狄太爷。”
I also need to take care of myself. The 2 of them were talking in the inn when they suddenly heard a lot of people outside and crying. When they arrived, Hong Liang suspected that the Tang family had come to cause trouble. He had heard someone shouting outside, "Ask Mr. D."
现在中进呢，虽是人命案件，也不能这样紧急。太爷又不是不待你伸冤，好好歇一歇，说明白了，我们替你回。怎么知道就是你的丈夫？
Now Zhongjin, although it is a human life case, it can't be this urgent. It's not like I won't help you get justice. Take a good rest, explain clearly, and we'll get back to you. How do you know he is your husband?
洪亮知是出了别事，赶了前来访问，哪知是6位被杀死那无名男子家属前来喊冤。洪亮当时回了狄公，吩咐差人将他带进。
Hong Liang knew that something else had happened, so he rushed over to visit. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Yu, the family member of the unknown man who was killed, who came to complain. Hong Liang returned to Judge D at that time and ordered someone to bring him in.
狄公见是个40外的妇人，蓬头垢面，满面的泪痕，方走进来，即大哭不止，跪在地下，直呼太爷伸冤。狄公问道：“你这人是何门氏？何以知道？”
When Judge D saw that she was a woman in her 40s, with unkempt hair and face full of tears. She burst into tears and knelt on the ground. Call the master directly to redress the injustice. Judge D asked, Whose family are you from? How do you know that?
那人是汝丈夫。从实说来，本县好家差补接。那个妇人道：小妇人姓汪，娘家求事，丈夫名叫汪洪，专以推车为业。家住治下流水沟地方。
Is that your husband? To be honest, this county likes to increase arrests. The woman said, The little woman's surname is Wang, her natal family is Chiu, and her husband's name is Wang Hong, who specializes in pushing carts. She lives in the area where the drainage ditch is managed.
离6位，相隔有30-40因 C 那日因邻家有病，叫我丈夫到曲阜报信，往来有百余红说要1日赶回，是以3更时节就起身前去。谁知到了晚间。
I was 30 or 40 miles away from Luyuan. Because my neighbor was sick that day, I asked my husband to go to Tsufu to report the news. Bai Yuanhong came and told me that I would rush back in one day, so I got up and went at the 3rd watch. Who would have thought that in the evening?
不见回来。初时疑惑他有了耽搁，后来等了数日，曲阜的人已回来，问起情由，说及我丈夫未曾前去。小妇人听了这话，就惊疑不定，只得又等了数日。
Never come back. At first I was suspicious that he was delayed, but after waiting for several days, the people from Tsufu